Well, hello there. How you doing, chat? Welcome in, boys. Welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Happy Saturday. Holy, that's a first. Damn. Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. Let me make sure that everything is set up. I did notice that we had an issue with the TLDR command. The TLDR command has all of the 3 links that I did on the video. So I'm going to go over all of your chats so I can answer to everybody. And I think this should be the correct one. Yeah, Stream Elements is a little bit weird with the links. Because the titles and the links were together, so they weren't working. Now it's working. Let me just pin that real quick. And the same goes to... Hello, Bandit. Brick, welcome into the YouTubes. Let me just do the TLDR over on YouTube as well to make sure that... Whoops. Okay, so I guess I cannot just do that. I'll do this instead, and then I'm going to pin that one. Replace pinned. There you go. All right, perfect. I think that's all set up. How are you guys doing? Let me go over everybody that's in here. Tricker, Soulbound, welcome in. Sinister, good morning. Barthius, Shockwave, Icy, Biscuit, what's up? Good job on both videos. Do you want to hear my only nitpick, a very small thing that's stuck in my head? Yeah, I do have a few of them myself, by the way. We're going to discuss all about that. But yeah, for sure. If you guys have anything you want to mention, let me know. Dave, welcome in as well. Can't wait for the 29th. 29th is pretty far away. 21st is a little bit closer, so I'm going to just say I cannot wait for the 21st because that's when we get the patch notes. Finally, weekend after work. Kenneth, welcome in, bud. Hamlin as well. Dracaris, Miniava. I'm so sorry if I actually missed anybody. Moon, Lasses, what's up? Welcome in. Welcome in. A little bit, well, it is a little bit closer. Key, good morning. Good morning. How you guys doing? So yeah, thank you very much for everybody talking about the videos that I posted. I did, for anybody who doesn't know, I do have 2 videos out on YouTube yesterday and today. One of them covers the entirety of the actual reveal. The other one that I posted today covers the Q&A. So if you didn't have 2.5 hours to watch the entirety of the Q&A, well, that's the video for you. It covers the TLDR and the breakdown of what they said in the Q&A, and it's actually pretty cool. Actually pretty cool stuff. And I do have a sheet for anybody that we're gonna look at that sheet very soon. So we can have some points to address and talk about and all of that. You can have access to this, by the way. It's under the video. And I mentioned it twice in the video as well for anybody who is paying attention. But yeah, all these pessimistic crybabies are blowing my mind. Bro, I've heard a ton of negativity and stuff, and I'm very curious to see what people are bragging about, bitching about. Grants, Fury, good morning. You use the term TLDR moles back to back, and while it was the right term to use, might look for alternative when making your script. Wait, what was there not enough information, Sinister, or is it the word TLDR? What's the problem? It's a small one, but what is it? I just want to understand it. Black Onyx, welcome in. We can see what we're gonna play after 21st. Yeah, I'm thinking about playing Monk. Same. Well, look, what we do know is that we don't have a new class, so we still there's so many unknown things out there. We don't know what's gonna get nerfed. Monk looks cool with the new Ascendancy. It does. It really does. Yeah, it really does look cool. The Huntress also looks very cool as well. About the video you said we can re-roll the rune mods, any rune, even the old. I think it's going to be the new runes that you're going to be able to do that. And they covered a little bit more in the Q&A. I don't know if you watched the Q&A stuff, the video that I did. So Scorp, new Monk Ascendancy as League start. I really need to think about it, Barthius. I need to theory craft it. We need to think about it a little bit for the Monk and everything. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we're going to do. I do want to see the patch notes before I decide. Because I did mention multiple times in 0.4 that I don't want to go melee in 0.5. And the only reason I would go melee would be if they brought something like a new class, Duelist Shadow, whatever the case is. And they did do something very similar, which is the Martial Artist. But up until the point that you get it to go online, I don't know if we're going to have the same experience. It's absolutely impossible to make a prediction or remotely close to making any kind of build. Absolutely, I agree. Happy and welcome in. Goliaths, welcome. How you doing? Gotcha, Sinister. Thanks, man. "95% I go minions," says Barthius. Breach allow us now to craft some decent rings for minions. And I'm a minion player mostly. Hey, let's go, man. Maybe that Raven Flock will be cool too. Minion RF. True. True. Oh, here we go.
That's real money.
Hey, there you go. I didn't hear it myself, but there it is.
New.
Thank you so very much for the 20 bucks, man. Did you guys hear that notification,
no
or
one has talked about it
is it
before,
just
but
me
I
that
bet
didn't hear
it's
it?
going to slap as a league start.
Keeps going monitor only. We did? Okay, beautiful. I'm going to read it because I didn't hear absolutely anything. Brand new, never before seen, build to try brother. LA Deadeye. No one has talked about it before, but I bet it's going to slap as a league start. Let's go. Rival, thank you very much for the 20 bucks. 20 bucks to promote the LA Deadeye. Let's go, dude. There's a heart right there. Thank you very much for the support, man. Real talk, it's all about companion Amazon. Hey, I love to see it, man. I would love to see not the Amazon, but the Huntress shine. I would really love to. Lassis, thanks for the recommendation on emotes. I believe we do have that one already. But please keep on sending them, chat. If you guys have an emote that's appropriate and it's not something stupid. I mean, we can support stupid, but you know what I mean. Irrelevant or bad. Feel free to send them over. There's something I didn't like about the Monk New Ascendancy. When you use the Hollow, you can't move. For maps clearing, it will be annoying. That's true. I honestly, personally, I didn't really like that effect that they had. Let me just pull it up. Give me 1 second, chat, so we can watch it together again, so I can show you what I mean. You know, apparently there are bells that are going to spawn randomly around you, behind you, in front of you, sideways, whatever. And then you need to use an ability so you can go back to it and hit it so you can get something. I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of that as well, because I'm not going to call it a backtracking thing, but I don't know. Looks weird. Looked weird. What do you think about the Precursor Fortress? Do you think the maps in the area are a one-time thing? No. Oh, yeah. I think the maps are going to be a one-time thing. We're going to be able to do multiple of them. Different fortresses. So let me just go to the monk real quick. Here. This. We just passed it right here. This is the one that I'm talking about. Hollow focus. So if I read it, if I just move my face for a brief second, and we put it all the way here, or actually I'm going to go there. It says, while active, ghostly bells periodically appear near you. Your hits immediately destroy the bells, creating a shockwave that damages nearby enemies and causes a heavy stun on enemies that are primed for stun. This, I don't mind this while in combat. Like whenever you have a fully dense map with the new breach and the new stuff that's happening, and we go like big dick on the density of the map, I don't mind random bell spawning, and then you just eye strike, you hit stuff, and then you go into the bell, you hit that, you deal more damage because you hit the bell. But I don't really love the idea of moving and then backtracking to get it. But it's not a big deal. I don't think it's a big deal. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not that bad now that I think about it, actually. Yeah, you see? I mean... if the bells are spawning in smart places whenever you're in combat and they're not like completely out of the zone of combat, then I don't mind. It would be nice if you could place it out in front of you and TP to it. Very, very true. Yeah, like Lee Sin ward from League of Legends. That would be pretty cool, actually. But that's going to be another button that people want to press. Huntress, Wild Speaker. Yeah, Wild Speaker is going to be wild. And actually, it's not a wild speaker. I thought it was a wild speaker, but it's called Spirit Speaker. Spirit, yeah. Is it? No, Spirit Walker, right? So many names, dude. Spirit Walker, I think. Yeah, I think you can, but you can skip them, I believe, Sinister. But the problem that I'm having with that is if they're... not forcing us, but if there's going to be a charge generation or a buff that you don't want to miss and you want to always have it, whether or not you're going to have to keep on picking up the bell so you can refresh the timer, you know what I mean? So it's almost forcing us without really forcing us. If I can sprint with the minion RF, I'm 100% playing that. Yeah, that looks like a broken ass build. Theory crafting is one of my weak points regarding the game, says Grant's Fury. So watching and discussing it when the patch notes are out would be good for me. Oh, 100%. That's what we can't wait, man. If the swords comes, they will say where our axes. Yeah. Whenever the axes come, I'm gonna personally say where are the daggers. Can we tame a Ziri? She ain't a beast. You can tame anything that's a beast. That's it. You cannot tame a Ziri. Too many tits on that one. You can always use the backpack bell instead, though. But I think that that's a completely different thing, though. Let me just read through. Give me a second. Yeah, we have a lot to talk about. Yeah, so this is one thing. Yeah. Hollow focus and hollow resonance are two very different things. Again, I'm going to move my face just so you can see the hollow resonance as well. Hollow resonance is the backpack bell. So it says right here, I'm going to read it in case you guys are on mobile. Hollow resonance attack, AoE, trigger are the two tags. Cooldown time is 0.50 seconds. 3 uses. Attack damage 224%, requires level 90, any non-talisman melee martial weapon, it says. And then the description is, attaches a ghostly bell to your back. Critical hits with other skills will cause the bell to ring out, damaging nearby enemies. 150% more stun buildup. Shockwave radius is 2 meters. They don't tell us what the quality is, but it looks like... Actually... if you go for the bell on the back, you also have the other bells, because it seems here that it's the continuation. And this actually reminded me that our boy Dracaris sent me something yesterday which is worth us looking at, and I think I have them downloaded, and it's the two ascendancies of the monk. So before we analyze, not the two ascendancies, but the new ascendancy, martial artist and the other one, do we know if these are accurate, or where do we get this information from? Did GG release this? No. So what is this? Is this speculation, or what is it? They seem legit. Okay, let's have a look, chat. Let's have a look here. They can change all the time. Okay, let me put my face back here, and let's do it. So let's go over the monk first, since we were talking about the monk. It's the screenshots from the stream overlay. So you can find all these screenshots in their reveal. Someone has just made it in one pic for us. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, gotcha. Sorry. Got it. Mr. Miyagi, welcome in. Lovely to have you here, bud. All right, so let me see what do we have here. Real quick, because I'm pretty sure that you guys have read the majority of these. Yeah, so Holo Focus technique grants the skill Holo Focus while active ghostly bells periodically appear near you. So this is going to be a buff persistent AoE duration. So you need to click on this. Is it a spirit? No, right? It's okay. So you just have it active, and it periodically spawns ghostly bells near you. What's the radius? 4-meter radius. That's not that bad. 5 seconds. You have 5 seconds to go and hit the bell. Okay, so the most important information here are the first 3 blue lines. 4 meters radius around you. 5-second duration on the bell for you to destroy it. 4.1 second duration between the bells appearing. And there's a limit of 1 active bell at a time. It will be interesting to see if Holo Focus can be actually min-maxed a little bit more, where you can either A, reduce the seconds between the bells appearing, or increasing the limit. It'll be interesting to see if that's something that we could do. 4 meters might scale with area size. What, reduction of area size? Because I don't see... Why would you want to increase the radius? Yeah, anything that increases limit will work. Yeah, but even if the limit works, if the seconds remain at 4, it's going to be pretty long. It will probably have support gems. Yeah, 100%. 2 bells with lower CD, exactly, yeah. It would be pretty cool to see, create a bell monk build. Like full-on triple bell style. So you're going to have Holo Focus. You're going to have Holo Resonance on your back as well. And you're going to use the actual bell, Tempest Bell. You wouldn't, but I'm worried it might. No, but I mean, if you increase the radius... It's not the radius. I'm not talking about the radius of how the bell impacts and damage. That's not the radius I'm talking about. I'm talking about the radius that the bells appear near you. 4 meters is... It's pretty decent, man. So if I go into the game and we look at our Ice Strike, what's the radius of the jump that Ice Strike does? It's definitely less than 4 meters. Right? I'm pretty sure it's less. If back bell got triggered by the ground bell, would be cool. I think it will, because the back bell reacts based on your crits. So your Tempest Bell crits are your crits. So I think it still works. Hey, Mr. Klima, legend. The legend is here. How you doing, man? Wait, it doesn't actually say anything, huh? Whirling Assault, massive AoE, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, with that, I guess it doesn't really matter at all. Because whatever bells spawn... Bro, that's true. You could just go triple bell with Whirling Assault. So whatever it is that we did with this build, by the way. But with the Resonance as well. Where's my hideout? Here. Played some POE2 the last few days. Let's go. Klima is a new player in POE2. How do you feel, man? This will be you next league. Yeah. Yeah, that's me, chat. Yeah, you didn't see me. I just flew away. But that's just me. Yeah, woo! That's me in 0.5. Whee! Good one. Okay, cool. So we have the hollow focus, hollow resonance as well. So these two. Then we have hollow form technique. Channel to create fleeting images of your astral self near the target location. The images perform a socketed attack. Once then vanish, targeting the closest enemy if possible. The images cannot perform channeled skills or conditional skills. So I really love the fact that they actually showed vaulting impact. If you guys remember, like for a few days we were trying to get vaulting impact to go online as its own skill. So now just socketing that, or actually, wait, conditional skills. What are conditional skills? Do these exist in POE2 DB actually? Can I hover over conditional skills? What is it called? Hollow form. Will you play Monk in the new league? The chances are high, but I don't want to promise anything and then not do it, because the chances are high, but it all depends on the patch notes, man. We don't have the patch notes, so it's very hard to say. Hollow? They didn't add anything. Okay. Good and overwhelmed. Fair enough. Hey, the most important word that you said is good. So we can work on the word overwhelmed. So as I said multiple times, if anybody's new to the game, or you're not new, but you're not playing like a maniac and you have questions or whatever the case is, feel free to ask any questions and as many as you want, okay? Klima, 100% you, man. I don't think they are. Yeah, they're not. Conditional means being empowered. Okay, so Whirling Assault. Imagine you put a Whirling Assault on Hollow Form. Bro, you told me to remind you, no melee on League Start. You're absolutely right. I did say that. I did say that multiple times, and then I knew that I'm gonna fold, so I told Icy to make sure you remind me in 0.5 to not go melee. And here we are again. Anyway, we're just looking at the new shit that they said. And then we're going to look at the Spirit Walker. Conditional skills can be empowered. Right. I played last year some hours, but not that much. Going to try it again now. Go, 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 man. If you have any questions, ask us. PO2DB cannot scrap the API for info anymore. I'm hoping GG lets them in 4.5. Otherwise, easy info is going to be horrible to find. That's absolutely true, yeah. I really hope they do that. And I'm a little bit... I'm excited and a little bit anxious with their new feature of the build guides, but we're going to get there. We're going to get there. Let's just finish one thing at a time because I do have some pretty cool interviews that I want to watch today. I'm not sure if you guys have watched them. I haven't touched a single second of them, and they're going to be pretty exciting to watch, and I'm going to react for the first time on those interviews, and they're all relevant to POE2. I'm pretty sure that you guys understand which ones I'm talking about, but okay, so the first three, we know them. One of them, just so we can make sure that everything is clear to us, Hollow Focus. And by the way, Dracarys, I read your message, and that's a really good question. And I want you to save that question. We're going to get back to it. Dracarys is asking, the new skills that cost ward, how do we get ward? We need to get back to that one. It's a good question. So Hollow Focus is the bells that randomly appear next to you. 4-meter radius, 5-second duration on the bell before you have to kill it or it disappears. 4.1-second duration between the bells that appear. The limit is 1. Like Chad is pointing out, I'm pretty sure we're going to get some support gems that are going to help us increase the two most important things here, which are the duration between the bells appearing to lower that and increase the limit of the active bells. Who knows? This could be its own build, actually. Then following up to that specific build, we have Hollow Resonance, which is going to be the bell on our back, which is going to deal AoE damage or just damage to enemies whenever we crit, which is a big deal. The third one that we know is going to be the Hollow Form. And this just creates illusions and images of yourself. So let's just read real quick. And you add also ability in here. And it performs that ability. So it's as if you tell your images that you summon what kind of ability you want them to use. Pretty cool stuff. Oh, you channel. Oh, hold up. You channel to create feeling. This was the question that Dracarys had initially, where you said that this might be a little bit clunky in maps. But if you lower the channel and it goes for a second, it's fine, I guess. But I don't think a lot of people are going to be using that unless it's super overpowered. So, for example, if we figure out something crazy to add in there, like Whirling Assault, Vaulting Impact, let's say Vaulting Impact is good, and it summons a bunch of images, and you just cast it for 2 seconds, you go clear like a bunch of shit, then you channel again, and that's the only thing that you do, it's not bad. GG said that they're going to allow some movement while channeling this skill. Hey, there you go. That already fixes half of the problems. If you have some mobility while channeling this is going to be perfect. I don't understand what the word some movement is going to be, because you cannot just move while you're starting and then stop, or stop while you're channeling, but before it starts you move. It's either you move while channeling or you don't. So if it's move while channeling, it's going to be pretty cool. Slow movement, that's fine. I'm down. Like Ember Fusillade. Yeah, I'm down. I'm okay with that. As I said, if this is the only thing that you do, imagine if... So the questions that I have for this is, imagine if you put Whirling Assault in there. How many images? Let me just read. Creating an image spends 80% of socketed skills cost. So an image per image creates 2 additional images when consuming a power charge. What are the initial, how many are the initial ones? Hello, Fearless, welcome in. And Ling Tian over on YouTube, welcome in, boys. How many images to begin with? And then you could add 2 more images whenever consuming a power charge. So you could definitely just make a build with the images. More images the longer you channel? I suppose so, yeah, because there's literally no point of channeling. Actually, there is. You just channel once and you get like 3. But like Volcano, for example, it spawns those little sparks of fire and everything. The longer you cast, the more of those sparks are spawned. Why would you want a channeling build? Might be pretty cool, man. Because they did say apparently that they're going to do some sort of a movement with the channeling, so it's not that bad. I mean, if we get a little bit like Fusillade, and again, as I said, imagine you spawn 3 images and then you have the power charges constantly. You're going to be able to summon 2 more, so that's going to be 5 images. You add a Whirling Assault. Every single image that spawns hits a Whirling Assault and then vanishes. All you literally do is channel, move. Channel, move. That's all you do. That's all you do. And you probably can decrease the channeling or increase your movement while you're channeling. And then you pair that with the crit if you have the bell. So if monsters come to you, then your bell from your back is going to hit them whenever your dudes are critting, if that works in combination. And also it could be combined with a Hollow Focus, where while you're channeling, there's bells appearing and your dudes that come out with Whirling Assault are going to be killing those bells. So that's going to be initial AoE damage as well. So if those 3 are combined, it's GG's, man. It's a pure build. One per cast is pretty bad. 1 per cast, I don't know if it's going to be worth it. Wait, didn't they showed it in the video. Let me just look at the video real quick.
By adding a manifested bell to your back, which rings each time you deal a critical strike, damaging all enemies around you. Through all the martial artists create illusions of himself, which then use a skill of your choosing. Perfect for turning skills with less area of effect into ones that can obliterate attacks with ease.
It can be, bro. It can be. I literally just counted 6 of them, but I do see that he has power charges circling around the character, by the way. It can be just 1. I don't think so.
Into ones that can obliterate packs with ease. Area of effect into one user skill of your technique allows the martial artist to create illusions of himself, which then use a skill of your choosing. Perfect for turning skills with less area of effect into ones that can obliterate packs with ease. Should you find yourself overly vulnerable while channeling, you might want to take Way of the Mountain, which causes you to be covered in stone when you immobilize enemies, mitigating large amounts of damage. This can even enhance your attacks too, by hardening your weapon and...
Oh, this is it, bro. Yeah, this is it. I think it's... Maybe what you meant, Fight, is 1 image per... Yeah, you said per cast, so it's not per full channel, right? So if the channel is... I'm just giving an example. If the channel is 5 seconds, you spawn 1 image per second. Is that what you mean? So it's going to be a total of 5 images. Then if you have power charges, there's 2 more at the same time. Or it's a longer cast. Yeah, there's no power charges. I thought that I saw power charges, but there aren't. And there's a moment that they showed 6 of them spawning. Let's count.
Perfect for
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if you can put flicker in there. I don't think so. No, because flicker is an ability that needs empowerment to work. So they do specify. They say that you're not allowed to add channeling or conditional skills, and flicker is a conditional skill. Yeah, it's a conditional skill. Yeah, exactly. No, somebody asked in chat, what are you going to do in single target? Exactly what he's doing here.
Obliterate packs with ease.
I mean, I do see this as a either you're gonna have like a secondary skill like Whirling Assault, Ice Strike, whatever the case is, where you're gonna expose the boss or break armor or dull or whatever the case is, and then you're just gonna stand there and channel your jutsu and shit, and your Kagebujin is gonna come out. You know what I mean? Your clones. Completely annihilating the boss. I mean, here they're not doing a very good job with the build, but it could be the opposite as well, where you do Kagebujin no Jutsu first, you prime them for stun, like what happened here, and then you Flicker Strike. That could be something for the bosses as well, but I don't know. We're going to theory craft a little bit here. Whenever the patch notes come and see if we also have it available later on to see what kind of build we can go for. Yeah, we could think about it. If there's nothing else in the patch notes that is... I mean, I have very easy options that I can go for. It just depends on whether I want to be boring or not. DJ Breathe to Music. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome in. It needs to be figured out at least. Oh, yeah, 100%. That's what we're here for. 100%. I'm excited for it. Bell and Whirling Assault probably just bangs enough for bosses. Yeah, probably. But we do want to create like a crazy-ass unique build. I like the look of Whirling Assault in that one. All I can think about is single target only. I mean, you would be surprised. You would be surprised how many things you could do. Like, for example, this build, right? I created a build with chat a few weeks ago. And I wanted to create a build that doesn't exist necessarily in this combination. And I initially started doing stuff with Vaulting Impact, and it was very tough to keep it as a main skill. It is just too... It is just the Robin of your Batman. It is what it is. Like, yeah, whatever. And so I initially went then for Wind Blast to try that. It was a little bit weird as well compared to other alternatives like Stormwave. But what we discovered, the crazy part that we discovered, is that Whirling Assault is what we use with fire and elementals, with cast on crit as well, for mapping. But then for bossing, we just use Vaulting Impact to break armor. We use Whirling Assault to get the charges, the combos for the bell. We lay the bell down, and we completely destroy the shit out of the bosses with Wind Blast. Who would have imagined? Let me know. Let me see if I can find you. Let me see if we can run one. You got an ad? All right, we're going to wait. Pretty awesome. It does, yeah, 100%. It does look like Shadow Clones. To make it realistic? What is COC doing? Yeah, sure, I can. I mean, Living Bomb is not for the boss. I could definitely do it without COC. But we're gonna do Breach, so I'm gonna keep COC just so I can show you what I mean. What do you use for bossing? You'll see now. There's a nice little rotation there. Do we have info for Mage Blood? No. We're not gonna have anything, by the way. Apart from the ones that they already said. I do have TLDR lists and videos and stuff if you want to go and check them out. But apart from everything that we heard the other day, There's nothing going to be revealed until the 21st of May, which is going to be the patch notes. That's where the big reveal is going to happen. That's where we're going to know what's buffed, what's not buffed, what's nerfed to the ground, see what we're going to be playing. But yeah, this is the build for AoE. Look at that. It's not bad. I mean, of course, Whirling Assault is not, like, the radius is not huge, but I mean, we're just spin to winning still. And it's a little bit off meta. Nobody's playing with elementals on Whirling Assault, especially fire. Herald of Ass. And we can also use Vaulting Impact for a little bit of mobility if you care about it. No way they reveal nothing before 21st. Yeah, but what I mean is we're not gonna have our questions answered, is what I'm saying. They might reveal a surprise, something like a third ascendancy or some shit like that, sure. But I mean, COC, nerf, buff, balance changes, mage blood information, things like that. I don't think they're coming before 21st. Yeah, the third ascendancy, exactly, yeah. Hello, Chad. What are we thinking about the new Monk Ascendancy? It looks good. Yeah, it does look good. It does look good. I'm a little bit worried that it might look a bit better than it will actually play. And I don't know how slow it's going to be. But yeah, we're going to theory craft it whenever the patch notes come out and see if that's a viable choice for us to begin the league with. And if it is, then we're going to practice the league start with the Monk. Maybe start something as a Ranger first. Ranged Monk, I mean crossbows or bows or something like that. But again, it all depends on the patch notes. Well, okay then. Alright, here we go. So I'm gonna take away casting. Cast on crit. Yeah, let's try this like this. So the rotation is gonna be Vaulting Impact, Whirling Assault, Tempest Bell, and then spam Wind Blast. Vaulting Impact, one Whirling Assault, Bell, wrong Bell, but whatever. We're gonna use it here. There, Bell. So yeah, look at Wind Blast, bro. It's not that bad. I mean, it's not, as I said, it's not a meta build that's gonna one-shot the bosses before the bosses speak. But look at Wind Blast. It's not bad at all. So you never know, man. We could definitely make something happen with like a secondary ability there. It doesn't have to be Whirling Assault. You got to start the league with a fast build, get rich afterwards, experiment. Yeah, exactly. Which is also another reason that I said that I don't want to go melee. But we'll see with the patch notes what's nerfed, what's not. I don't know how plants are going to perform. Ice shots as well. There's a lot of builds that I could go. Just to speed run through the end game. Not bad at all, right? Yeah, yeah. Gloves on upcoming Monk is crazy value. Also sock it in runes for free. Yep. Really good stuff. We're about to go here as well to see these. Way of the Stone Fist is pretty crazy. In the Q&A, they said that uniques work, explicit mods work, things like that work. So it's going to be pretty crazy. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a unique or something that's going to be insane. Yeah, true, Iggy. But I wonder if we're going to be using those this slot Fists of Stone for resistances, or if we're going to fully utilize the potential of offensive ability. They didn't really work on Gemling and Chronomancer. No, they did mention that they were willing to fix them, but didn't. That jewel that gives 4 jewel slots will be expensive as F. Yep, it will, for sure. Hoa with a Way of the Stonefist. True, yeah, yeah. Scorp check 5901 for the clip of Whirling Assault in the channel one. Oh, did they wait, how did I skip that? Wait, where's the video? $59.01. $58, $42, $53. All right, $59.01 incoming. Yep. Yep, exactly. That's exactly what I had in mind. That's why you want a channel. That's why. Nothing comes close to you, man. But again, the movement is going to be the tough call here. That's going to put a lot of people off. All right, let's continue here. So we know about the gloves. Gloves you equip have their base type transformed to Fists of Stone while equipped. And their prefixes and suffixes are transformed into more powerful related modifiers. We know that. So that's going to be for the first one here. We don't know what this node is and this node. Way of the Mountain, 200% surpassing chance per enemy power to gain mountains teachings on immobilizing an enemy up to a maximum of 30. While you have any amount of mountains teachings, attacks you use yourself and attacks granted by this ascendancy class deal 20% more damage. And you can get what? 200% surpassing chance per enemy power to gain mountains teaching on immobilizing an enemy up to a maximum of 30? I cannot link an image. No. I can't. But I can post it on Discord in the POE2 general. POE2 general. Done. It's posted on our Discord server, POE2 General. You missed this one. What did I miss? I didn't even see. Anyway. Thunderfist, yeah, Iggy. Thunderfist. They did say in the Q&A that it works. Let me just pull up my my Q&A notes. I did a TLDR video of the Q&A, a breakdown, if you will. And let me see how they actually, how did I write it here? Yeah, there you go. Martial artist gloves. Way of the Stone Fist does work on unique gloves. It affects all explicit mods, essence mods, and alloys. Whether it affects vile corruption is TBD. Socketed mods from runes inside the gloves are not affected. Only explicit mods. Unique gloves that grant a skill, the skill stays. GG cannot convert that. And but it does work with the gloves. So yeah, it's not bad. I'd rather flicker than channel. Yeah. Yeah. I see what you mean. But again, we don't know the full potential of this. And we know the GG is... whatever GG is showcasing, we can probably 10 times the damage of what they're showing here, right? And I'm really surprised that they showed some builds that I feel personally are completely against their vision. But it's weird that they're doing stuff like that. Like the RF minions or the that jump, the big leap that you do. Where like literally almost one-shotted the bosses. They're doing weird stuff like manually casting comets. Yeah, they do. They do very, very weird things. Very weird things. But again, I'm surprised that there were a few showcases where it was like completely the opposite of what I'm used to seeing. Those two nodes, yeah, let me just finish up the image that we were studying here. These two, Wendy, yeah, I see something here happening. For sure. All right, so we know Way of the Mountain. This is going to be pretty insane, actually. Attacks you use yourself and attacks granted by this Ascendancy class deal 20% more damage. Enemy hits you take that would deal damage less than or equal to 30% of your maximum life after mitigation, such as armor and resistances, but before other modifiers to damage taken. Deal 70% less damage. You have 50% more stun threshold. Yeah, I can see CI, man. I can see CI here. Enemy hits you take that would deal less than or equal to 30% of your maximum life. So if you have CI, you have 1. But again, I'm not sure if they touch CI, though. Hey, let's go. Celestina with a song request. What's up? I can't... I hope that whatever it is, it's on Spotify, because I'm going to get DMCA'd on YouTube. I can't play stuff on YouTube. Oh, of course. Okay, I'm not going to tell chat. For anybody who hasn't clicked on that link is going to get surprised. This is dedicated to the whole chat from Celestina. There you go. You got best 100K. There it is. Okay, next. These are pretty big as well. Mauricio, thank you very much for the follow, bud. Welcome in. Lovely to have you here. Hollow Form plus Molten Blast plus Mjolnir, the Lightning Warp. This is the way. That's a good call. I would love to see that in action, man. The song is a banger. It is. It is. Leave PC on. Going to the park. Bye-bye. Celestina just rickrolled everybody, and she's on the way to touch some grass. Can tattoo runes onto your body, gaining additional rune-only sockets. I mean, bro, you can tattoo yourself with a monk. Let's go. GG's. 1 helmet socket, 2 body armors, 1 gloves, and 1 boots. Pretty cool shit. And if we go over to their video, we can see what they were actually doing. Speaking of GG being a little bit weird with how they're creating their builds, I mean, look at all this. Look at all the defense that they're going on. Look at all that. You gotta love it, man. No damage taken, no crit taken. Full on evasion, baby. Full on. Evasion ES. That's additional runes. Yeah. 100%. But bro, now I'm just looking at these few points here. Love that. All right, let's see what they're adding here. So they added 3 and 2. What are the 3? Oh, it's iron runes? Yeah, that's gonna be big, dude. That's gonna be big. Yeah, GG with their weird shit. Plus 10 intelligence. Times 2. Look at that unique. The unique quarterstaff there. Yeah, this is pretty cool, man. And I want to see again the gloves real quick. Are they showing a before and after? Or should I just do it myself? You just get one, Iggy. Because if we go back to the image, each slot is dedicated to an actual gear slot. So it's helmet, body armor times 2, gloves, and boots. So you can put, for example, 2 iron rings, runes on the body armor, which I have no idea. I think it's gonna be treated as if you're putting on the body armor 4 instead of 2. So basically, bro, in a nutshell, you can have up to 3 sockets on the helmet, 4 on the body armor, 3 on the gloves, and 3 on the boots with this ascendancy. 5 with corruption. Yeah. Let me see. Do they do the before and after? I don't think they do. I don't think they do they? Oh, they do? No, I mean side by side, before and after. No, yeah, okay. So let's let us do the side by side ourselves. "14 months in a row." My man, thank you so very much for that, dude. I appreciate you. Thank you. W Fabs, happy Saturday. Wait, what is this, Laxus? Who did this? Too much information here. What is all this? Oh, I see. I cannot zoom them, though. Anyway, did I just screenshot that? Thank you, Laxos. Thank you, man. All right, here we go, chat. Here we go. All right, cool. Here you have the normal gloves. And here you have the empowered ones. Right side are the empowered. Left side are the normal ones. You can see everything, right? Yeah, okay, beautiful. Okay, so there are some pretty decent stuff, but there's also a few drops that are not really that great. I mean, if you do care, I mean, you've got triple flat and you have 40% lightning resistance. To get those triple flat cut into percentages, attacks gain, and then the 40% goes down to 20%. Why did it scale the level down? It changes the base. So the first thing that it does, it changes the base. As you can see, the base is going to be completely different. So it just gives you a random base of the same respectful group. So evasion energy shield. I don't think it's going to make evasion energy shield go armor or ES. Attacks gain is the strongest scaling. Hello, Titan. Welcome in. Happy Saturday. Grant Regalia will count those extra runes. Yeah. Yeah, it will work, Iggy. It's just going to give you another base of armor ES, for sure. Yeah. It's not just going to convert it to evasion. It's going to give you exactly what you gave it. So if you give it a glove with only energy shield, it's going to give you another base of energy shield. That's it. Are you going monk? I'm not 100% sure yet. We're just analyzing the information that we have. This is just a showcase. You don't craft like this. Of course you don't. But again, yeah, it's just a showcase for sure. Well, to be completely honest, from my personal perspective, if I'm leveling or I'm in the end game, level 90, right? So I don't think I'm that deep in the end game, level 90, right? If I need 40 lightning resistance, I need 40 lightning resistance. I don't care about the plus 2% maximum lightning res. I don't see that as a bonus, as a benefit. I just went down 20% lightning resistance and 13% lower on fire resistance. So now all of a sudden, cool, I have 2% extra maximum fire and lightning, but I'm not even capped with the resistances that I was capped 5 seconds ago. You know, you understand what I mean? Gain 13 life per enemy hit with attacks if you have dealt a critical hit recently. Yeah, these are not bad gloves, by the way. These are not bad. This is what I'm saying, that you're not... Bro, these are not that bad. You're not that deep, but I don't like the right ones. Apart from the attacks. I don't know. Anyway, it's interesting. I mean, the attacks, as I said, the attacks, I really like them. But again, imagine you're a level 90. You're at 75 or 76 resistances on all across the board. You're running low on divines. You equip this shit, and it gives you this, lowering your lightning resistance now all of a sudden to 55%. And your fire resistance is, I don't know, around 60 now. So you're not capped. So you need to fix your resistances. You can respec the points. Yeah, but I'm just talking about this specific point. If you would go. So that's exactly what I'm talking about. That if you have the point and you get those gloves, you might not choose to use them because of the drop of the resistances. That's what I meant. Even though the attacks are good. It's interesting, but I think people see this and get a bad image. Honestly, not many people know Gain is an endgame scaling. Isn't Gain what everybody's going for the Heart of Well? I mean, yeah, it is a very important mod, but as I said, apart from the attacks, I don't like the rest. What if I'm playing a build that doesn't have anything to do with crit? How is this shit relevant? You see what I mean? Why do I care about maximum fire and lightning if it's going to drop it by half of what I had before? Yeah, but Heart of Well can roll flat. True, but I just mentioned Heart of Well because it has that same gain modifier. That's why I mentioned it. Would you build around gloves like this? Probably, yeah, probably. Probably the gloves are going to be one of the first points that you go through and then build around it, yeah. Why are resistances lowered? Is that intended? It is, yeah. It is intended because you get a bunch of other shit, apparently. Like, look at the evasion and the energy shield that you gain. That's a big plus. Big bonus. You get the maximum fire resistance and lightning resistance. You get a little bit of a hit on both of the other resistances. But as Chad pointed around, you're going to build around this. Did they say anything about corrupted gloves? Yeah, in the Q&A. Let me go back to my notes. No idea where my notes are. Too many tabs. Unique where is it? What do you say? Corrupted? Whether it affects vile corruptions is TBD. So we have no idea. Anyway, okay. So that's that with the monk. I don't think there's anything else to look at, right? Runes are cool. The monk looks cool. Next, we have the Spirit Walker. And we're going to go and analyze this real quick so we can understand what's happening. So let me look at the first point over here, which is the first point this side. Idolatry. Companions deal 10% increased damage per idol in your equipment. 2% increased reservation efficiency of skills per idol in your equipment. -4 to all elemental resistances per non-idol augment in your equipment. Then we have the red one, the natural order. Tame beasts can capture unique beasts. There it is. Can have up to 1 unique tame beast summon. Unique tame beasts have 30% increased movement speed. Tame beasts are possessed by random Asmeri spirits, changing every 20 seconds. Oh boy. And they also mentioned something in the Q&A. Give me a second. Let me just find it real quick. here. Beast companions have had their damage tripled. Oh boy. Companions are getting a longer revive timer. They're meant to be meaningful individual units, not a swarm. I agree with this one. GG's going through every tameable beast boss and giving each one a specific role, like stunning and freezing or whatever. New companion passives being added to the passive tree. Tame beast gem being a higher level when you first ascend is being addressed. Having all beast bosses be tameable creates ongoing work, so now they need to start adding more tamed versions. Where are these notes from? These are my own notes from watching the Q&A twice. I created a TLDR video, Phineas, if you want to go and check it out, if you don't have 2.5 hours to watch. But yeah, the TLDR sheet of the actual reveal is there, and also you're going to see the TLDR Q&A video that I posted today. You can go and check out that one. You watch 6 hours of Ziggity, what can I do, man? I mean, I didn't actually just sit there with a popcorn, you know, and just watch. I skipped through a few. Anyway, yeah, pretty bonkers, man. Natural order. Crazy stuff. Next, we'll go down here. The Matcha gift. Dodging could expend up to 3 owl feathers, granting primal bounty 100% more empowerment effect per additional feather expended. Gain owl feathers 50% faster. So this is for primal bounty, right? This is the owl. Gain a primal owl feather every 4 seconds, up to a maximum of 3. Expend an owl feather when you dodge to trigger primal bounty. Primal bounty empowers the next projectile skill you use, causing it to create additional projectiles and fly faster. So empowered skills fire 2 additional projectiles. Empowered skills have 68% increased projectile speed. Is this from different interviews? No, the Q&A. Ziggy D's Q&A. How does that also mean you can tame a unique boss with a spirit and then get another spirit through the ascendancy? And more importantly, the question is how well the damage scales. True. I'm not sure how they're going to scale it, but they did say in the Q&A that they tripled their damage. So I guess we'll see. Then we have Katha's Balance. Companions deal additional attack damage equal to 60% of your main hand weapon damage. Holy, dude. Hold up. You literally get the natural order, idolatry, and then you go for Wild Protector and Katha's Balance, and you're GG, man. You go for the bear. Wild Protectors is the bear, right? Call upon a bear spirit companion to maul your foes. The bear spirit leaps at enemies to maim them, leeches life with its slams, and periodically roars to intimidate enemies. The bear spirit does not count towards your companion limit. Then you get Katha's Balance. Companions deal additional attack damage equal to 60% of your main hand weapon damage. And you get yourself Natural Order. Insane. I mean, Natural Order, the beasts that you're going to tame are not going to be companions, correct? I don't think those are companions, are they? Bro, if they are, that's going to be sick. Are tamed beasts companions? Yo, Wolf. What's up, man? Companions? Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. So you get, let's just say you get the gorilla. He's going to have 30% increased damage. He's going to have triple the damage from the normal gorilla that you know. He's going to revive a little bit longer, which makes sense because he's one strong individual. It cannot be like multiple spawns. Then he's going to be dealing 10% increased damage per idol in your equipment. Are you guys calculating? And companions deal additional attack damage equal to 60% of your main hand weapon damage. Pokemon build, baby. You gotta catch them all. Alright, so it's not a companion then. So it's not okay. It's not, it's a different type. Wait, it is, hold up. Are you talking to me, Soulbound? Trusted kinship? Wait, is the tamed beast a companion? I want to try Monkey versus Zesht. I believe he can one-shot him. Tame beast? Okay, good. Okay, good. I remember correctly then. So yeah, this is going to be bonkers, man. So in the Q&A, bro, they literally said they tripled its damage. So I'm pretty sure that it's throughout the Ascendancy and the passive tree is what we're going to get. Hi, where do you get this? This is an image community members have put together with everything that they showed. The image is on our Discord if you want to go and check it out. POE2 General. What are the companion nodes now? We don't know. We don't have the passive tree. They said that they're adding more companion nodes. But yeah, these are crazy. Wild Protector, you go for the bear. Leech, Maim, Intimidate. And another reason, actually, to be completely honest, I'm not a huge fan of this bear because it's defensive instead of offensive, I would guess. But Katha's balance is insane. Let me just look at the other ones. I think the owl is not bad. But let me see the stag. Yeah, that's true, Phineas. Vivid Stampede. Gain a Vivid Wisp for every 20 meters you move. Up to a maximum of 3. Expend all Vivid Wisps to trigger Vivid Stampede when you attack. You call upon spirits of the stag, sending them leaping forward. Each stag releases a damaging shockwave each time it lands. Stags leap 4 times. So each stag leaps 4 times. So it's hop, 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 hop. And then they leave. Timmy the Kid. Welcome in, man. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the lair, bud. Then, where's the stag? Here. So the continuation, the second point of the stag is Morrigan's Guidance. Gain a Vivid Wisp when Vivid Stampede ends. So you get a Vivid Wisp for every 20 meters that you move, up to 3. You expend those 3 so you can trigger Vivid Stampede when you attack. And you get a couple of stags per expend of the wisp. Then you also gain another Vivid Wisp when the Vivid Stampede ends. Stag deals 20% more damage per leap, and they leap 4 times. So last leap is literally going to be 80% more damage. Stags have 20% more shock magnitude per leap. Watch them actually change half of these, the percentages, by the time it hits. Sleepy, welcome in, bud. Happy Saturday, everybody. The map's version of these beasts are stronger with different mods. So will you keep those mods when you tame them? It says somewhere, where did it say? Here. Tamed beasts are possessed by random Asmeri spirits, changing every 20 seconds. Can you just shoot rods out and let the stags do all the damage? Clearly, they're going to have the damage for it. But this is the catch right here. This is the catch right here. You only gain wisps whenever you're moving at least 20 meters. And 20 meters is a decent distance. What's 20 meters? Is it the whole platform here? Is that 20 meters? I think that's 20 meters, right? This should be 20 meters. So you move 20 meters, you get one Vivid Wisp. You move another 20 meters, you get a second one. You move another 20 meters, you get a third one. Which literally means if this is 20 meters, then you do this, you get one. You get the second, you get the third. Up until here, you have three. Once you get the three, you need something to expend them. And when you expend them, you trigger the Vivid Stampede, which is going to summon all of the stags. And they jump 4 times. Each time, they're dealing damage. 60% of your physical damage is going to be converted to lightning damage. Shockwave radius is 2 meters. Not bad. It's pretty close. And then when you ascend a second time, you just go crazy with the stags on steroid. Gain a Vivid Wisp when your Vivid Stampede ends. So you no longer need to move in combat. So basically, if you think about it, you move the first time, 20 meters, you get a Vivid Wisp, you expend it, your Stampede ends, you get another one. You use it, it ends, you get another one. And this, everything that I just said, you just moved 20 meters and you stand still. And you just keep expending. Getting the Wisp, expending it. Getting the Wisp, expending it. Pretty nice cycle. And obviously, who's going to stand still for more than whatever seconds? So this combo is not bad. And if you get Morrigan's Guidance, not only it's not going to need for you to move every single time, which is literally what we want to be doing. So movement is our prime objective. So it works for our benefit here. But even if we're fighting a boss and we're not moving, you need to just move the initial 20 meters, like here, for example. You just move, you're done with the loot, you move all the way here, you get all 3 of them, and literally until Zesht is dead, you can just stand still with this. Because you're going to have Morrigan's Guidance giving you all the wisps back. The Vivid Wisps. And then your stags are going to be dealing 20% more damage per leap, and they're leaping 4 times. Does Temple get nerfed next patch? This is what they said for the Temple in the Q&A based on my notes here. Where is the Temple? Temple's going core with its own Atlas tree and its own quest line on the Atlas. Snake strategy is being fixed. They use the word fixed, reworked, changed, removed. They will use all 4 words, so I have no idea what's going to happen. But they said rooms that would disconnect the temple now, create an empty connecting room instead, remove the incentive entirely. And also, they said that it's 1,000% unacceptable levels of item drops, so it's going to get nerfed to the ground. However, reward rooms for killing Architect have been buffed. And they're doing some algorithmic fixes to how rooms get deleted or swapped. That's what they said for the temple. Snaking is gone, yeah. Back to POB to make a, what is that, lightning rod? Wait, lightning rod to expand the wisps? Is that what you thought about? Temple isn't deleted? No, it's not deleted. Snake is removed, but temple is still there. Does a movement count for only walking, sprinting, or does blink, whirlwind, slash, or other movements count? I think anything that's a movement counts. Blink should count, yeah. Yeah, I think based on what we have in front of us, I do believe that the Vivid Stampede is probably the better choice out of the 3. Or the most appealing to me, at least. Getting to level 3 of a room is going to take a truckload of time. Yeah. Shelby, welcome in, brother. What's your thought on the league mechanics having their own identity like this, by the way? Oh, I absolutely love it, man. Yeah, I absolutely love it. Absolutely love the fact that every single mechanic has its own quest. Every single mechanic has its own lore. Every single mechanic has its own identity deeper and deeper in it. This is how you build a game which people are going to enjoy in multiple different ways. Scorpius might just focus on Breach for a month. You might just do Ritual, and that's it. Yeah, there's so much things to do. If anybody wants to do every single mechanic, it's literally going to take you forever to do that, I think, and I hope in the future it's going to be that the case. But I think giving every single mechanic its own quest, its own lore, its own identity, its own item is the first step towards that direction. I like that. Yeah, absolutely. I'm a little bit sad for people that expected classes and all they care about are the classes. I'm a little bit sad that they didn't get the class that they wanted, but it is what it is, man. It's in my eyes, it's a 10 out of 10 expansion. Of course, I would love to see a class, but I am not bothered, not even 1% bothered that there's no classes. I would take endgame changes and reworks absolutely every single time over a class. Absolutely. Every single time. But again, I understand almost every single perspective of players and people. I very rarely do I disagree hard with people. So I do understand and I do feel a lot of players who only want a class, and it's fair enough. It's okay. It's absolutely okay. There are people that are not min-maxing the game that we are, like we are. There are people that don't give a shit about the end game, like we do. There are people that only care about lore, nothing else, only lore, and they want to see that. So not getting Act 5 is a little bit disappointing to them. I understand them as well. I'm not one of those people, so it doesn't affect me. But I completely understand that. And yeah, it's fine. It's absolutely fine. So the same goes for the classes as well. I completely understand people that just want to experiment with new classes and don't really care about endgame min-maxiness and stuff like that, which is okay. They're also just different players, and it's fine. Like, I'm going to give you an example of something. There are two negatives for me. Not really negatives. Bad. Or I'm not that excited for. Whatever. There's one of those, and there's something that's worrying me. The thing that's worrying me is that I feel that now the endgame is far more complicated for newer players and for casuals. That's the one thing that I'm worried about. Why I'm worried about? Because I care about the community in the game. It doesn't affect me the slightest, right? I cannot be more excited for the complexity of what 0.5 is going to bring. I can't be more excited. But it worries me a little bit for beginners, new players, etc. That's the one thing that worries me. The one negative for me that I'm not really hyped is Expedition, because I've always, since day one, I see you remember, you were here since day one in my PO2 journey. Expedition was always my most hated or least played mechanic. So I'm not really that excited for it, but I will give it a try. You're such an Expedition hater. Hate is a very strong word, my man. It's the most boring mechanic, bro. Can prove me wrong. Is there a way to prove me wrong? Is it not the most boring mechanic? But I mean, actually, it's very... it's an opinion, man. It is what it is. It's the most annoying. Yeah, for me, it's just boring. I don't even see it as annoying. It's just boring. It's at least what it used to be. I would love to play 0.5 and be proven wrong, and I'm just gonna admit it that I was wrong, and I'm gonna just play Expedition all day, and that's it. I would love it. But going in and just placing explosive and just reading, oh, these guys are gonna spawn and they're gonna crit. Oh, these guys are gonna spawn, they're gonna deal fire damage. All right, cool, sure. Can you just give me like a button on top of the spawns and I click the buttons instead of placing explosives and then going back to the TNT and hitting it, or getting a specific Atlas point where I'm going to have one big gigantic radius thing? Or like, it's too, I don't know, it's just boring for me, man. It's slow, it's annoying, it's boring, it's whatever. But yeah, I want to see how it's going to feel now. We'll see. But that's it. That's it. And I'm not hating on it. It's just one mechanic that I'm not really a fan of. Like if you guys had to rate them, all 4 of the mechanics or 6 of the mechanics now, what is your least favorite? Aren't you feeling the same thing for that specific one? So misplacing the bomb and then having to cancel, exactly, or not being able to align them correctly, or it doesn't allow me to go further. Expedition least favorite any day. Yeah, exactly. Wisps are least favorite. Yeah, so how do you feel about what they did, Fearless? Where the wisps are now going to be endless in the maps if you just target the wisps, for example. Obviously, you can ignore them, but imagine the wisps are a bigger mechanic than what they are. I honestly don't see wisps as a mechanic anymore. I just see them as a side thing that happens spontaneously in maps, and if you want to, you can min-max it. If you want to, you can ignore them. That's how I see it. But I'm talking about mechanics like Ritual, Breach, Expedition, Delhi, Temple, Abyss. These 6. We did. Yeah, Wisps is a completely different subject. That's why I said I don't count them as a mechanic. I count them as a side... It's a benched mechanic. You know, in sports, when you have the good players as base players and you have the less good players sitting on the bench, those are the Wisps and the Rogue Exiles. They're bench mechanics. I don't see them as mechanics. So if you had to choose again, Fearless, instead of Wisps, what would you choose from the 6 main mechanics to be your least favorite one? And that question goes to everybody, by the way. You're denying their mechanic hood. Yeah. They need to step up. They need to step up, man. I do really like this one. Where do I find it? I know. I really like this change right here. And I am telling you from now, I am going to 100% try Hilda. For anybody who doesn't remember who Hilda is, or knows who Hilda is one of the Atlas Masters that we're getting. One of the new Atlas tree ascendancies that we're getting. Because this one right here, she is going to give us the power to, the Wisps are going to target the boss immediately. I like that. I really like that. Ritual, but I'm excited with how they fixed it. Yeah, Ritual got a really, really good fix, Cray. I can't say the same for Expedition, unfortunately. I mean, again, I need to play the game. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to speak out of order here too soon. Rue says Temple. Okay, so your least one is Temple. Fair. Breach is my least favorite. How do you feel now? It's Breach and Ritual. So how do you feel about it now? You need to realize that if there are multiple Wisps in the map, the boss will be overpowered a lot. Good. We want that to happen. We want to die. Or we want to kill and we want to see good loot. Well, I want to see Wisps being super, super effective. Ritual only having uniques might not be that good. 99% of them are ass unless the new craft on them really works. True, but also don't forget that now Ritual only has 2 pools of items to give us. Uniques and omens. I think people are not that excited for the unique choices of the Ritual as they are for the omens. Hey, can we talk about this? Because they didn't actually show us a lot of shit about our boy here. But can we just talk about our boy Doriani becoming an official Atlas Master? Look at this guy, man. What's wrong with his leg? I have no idea. I mean, what's wrong with this dude? I mean, is he bare fit or what? What is happening here? Hey, access confirmed. I'm joking. Our boy Doriani is an Atlas master, man. Let's go. Brill Hold, thank you very much for the follow, buddy. Welcome in. We're just analyzing everything, all the screenshots from the kit that we got. Delirium is my favorite right now. Wait, with the new changes, Ling Tian, or from before? Because I really fancy the Delirium, the new one. I really, really like it. What do you think about those who get 8 carry points for 22 level plus? Should there be a minimum level for a trial? For example, 60 plus? Yeah. Yeah. I do that as well, by the way. I am one of those who gets the carry, but never, ever on my first character. I always do my own ascendancy with the first character, and then I always get boosted because I don't have time to do that over and over again. Ascendancy skills? We checked them before, actually. We're just finishing up now with these. Yeah, we saw these from the video. We don't have the rest. But yeah, AZ. I do agree that I would love to see a level cap there. Martial artist looks kind of busted. The gloves mod. Yeah. I called it since yesterday that I'm excited for the monk, but for whatever reason, I feel that this one is going to be more overpowered. Like, especially now that we read through everything, Vivid Stampede is going to be insane. The natural order is going to be insane. Triple damage on the Tame Beast is crazy. So yeah. Oh yeah, now we have this. The Genesis tree, huh? I don't know about that. I feel like Monk will have a weaker early game, but stronger end game. You think so? Scale a little bit more. I feel that the Huntress is going to be consistent throughout, man. I think so as well. Let's see. I'm trying to imagine if it's going to be fun just watching your beasts fighting everything. It looks super cool. Don't get me wrong. I just don't know. No, you're absolutely right. I feel it's going to be a little bit boring. That's why I think you need to combine it with another ability of your own. And then just have them there dealing damage. Because you can combine it, man. Like if we go through here, you get 8 points, right? So, for example, you begin with Vivid Stampede. You dedicate it to the stags. You get your second ascendancy. You get Morrigan's Guidance. So now you have the stags. You need to expend them with something. So you need to have a skill that deals damage and expends them as well. So you have these two. And then endgame, you go for Natural Order and Idolatry, for example. Or Sacred Unity. Sacred Unity is... Oh, Sacred Unity is if you invest on every single one. Ooh, I forgot about that. Wait. I forgot about this. The passive skill is free to allocate, but only if you choose every single one. Oh my god, hold up. 8 points. And that one's for free? So wait, you could do Vivid Stampede, Wild Protector, Primal Bounty, and you can choose to go either Katha's Balance for your companion damage or Morrigan's Guidance. Wait. That's gonna be insane. If you take more than 2 beasts, you get a different node in the tree? What node? Are you talking about Sacred Unity? Because Sacred Unity, you need to take all 3. The middle one? Yeah, you're talking about Sacred Unity, no? Yeah. No, it's not 2, it's 3. You need to take all 3. You need to take all 3 of them. Yep, all 3. Which is still fine. You have 8 ascendancy points, right? So here's the plan. You get the stag. You get the wild protector. You get the owl. So you just spend 6 points. You have 2 more to go. You obviously, if you're going to play Sacred Unity, you go for Morrigan's Guidance. And then you take Sacred Unity and you just AFK and they deal with everything else. And why I said obviously if you go for Sacred Unity you get Morrigan's is because the second good choice is Catha's Balance. So it can increase your companion damage, but you're not going for natural order. This means that you need to skip natural order if you want to do that. Or something that Icy would do is get Stags, Bear, Owl, the natural order, and then Sacred Unity. So now you have Stag, Bear, Owl, and 2 beast bosses. And you get Sacred Unity, which will the bear spirit gains Embrace of the Wild, which protects the bear spirit allies while they're in its presence, granting them 2% of maximum life regenerated per second, and causing 8% of the damage they will take to be taken by the bear instead. So you get your defense. You also get Vivid Stag's Leap towards enemies. So they're not random. Okay, so this explains it a little bit better, because apparently the leaps are completely random. But if you do get Sacred Unity, the leaps are going to target your enemies, which means for bosses, it's going to be better single target instead of it being completely random. And last but not least, your Owl, Hedwig, is going to get empowered skills, leaving a trail of soaring ground, which grants 30% increased evasion rating and 40% increased damage while on full life to you or allies standing in it. Soaring ground has a 4-second base duration unless otherwise specified. Yeah, not for your LR, I don't think. But I can see this working. The second stag is too good to ignore. I absolutely agree, yeah. I agree. But bro, we need to test. The beast is beast. Maybe. Where did you find this? Can you go over martial artist? We do have it in our Discord. We just finished with a martial artist, analyzing everything. We do have it on our Discord in the POE2 general. But yeah, we need to test it. Soulbound. We need to test whether natural order is good. If it isn't that great, then you could literally go for Sacred Unity plus the 3 the 3 spirits and Morrigan's Guidance. The second bear is mandatory, not if you go Sacred Unity or whatever. I don't think these guys are companions. Are they? It doesn't say anywhere they're companions. I don't think these are companions. I think Catha's Balance is mandatory only if you go the natural order. Phineas. The new changes, Lingtian? Yeah, it looks pretty badass, bro, yeah. Hey, Scorp, thank you for covering all the info yesterday and today. Doing a great job. Thank you, King. Thank you. I appreciate you, man. The bear is a companion. Yeah, the bear is. You're absolutely right. I didn't even see that. Look at this, chat. These three are different. So, Vivid Stampede is just an attack. Primal Bounty is a buff. And the bear is a companion. However, I still believe that if you play the build of Sacred Unity, you don't go Natural Order and you don't go Katha's Balance. If you play Sacred Unity, that means that you need to invest your 6 points are mandatory. 6 points go to Vivid Stampede, Wild Protector, and Primal Bounty. You now have 2 extra. And I think the best point for the 2 extra ones is 100,000% Morrigan's Guidance. In my personal opinion. Second best is going to be Katha's Balance. 60% of your main hand weapon damage for this specific companion. You only have 1 companion though, bro. Or if you're going to tame beasts. Oh yeah, sure. If you're going to go that route. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. You're right, Phineas. You're right. Yeah, I can see that. You can get 2 with a keystone on the tree. Wait, this says you need to have available only if you allocate Wild Protector, Primer Bounty, and Vivid Stampede. So that's going to be 6 points. Oh, the normal passive tree you're talking about. Okay. Do you think that the Monk Ascendancy, where you channel your illusions, can illusion all the monk skills? Or is it like restricted to some skills? It's restricted because channeling my illusions into Flicker Strike sounds so insane. You can't. All right. There's a lot of people asking for the monk, so we could do the monk as well. Again, but very quickly because we already know. To answer your question, Rini, you can't. It specifies that you're not allowed to add channeling skills and you're not allowed to add conditional skills. Conditional skills are things like Flicker Strike, where there's a condition that you need to meet before you are allowed to use it. So unfortunately, you can't. However, that doesn't stop us from thinking something crazy. You can go with Whirling Assault. That's going to be badass. You can go Vaulting Impact, looks pretty decent, but I think it's going to be underwhelming. Whirling Assault is a really good is a good skill, and we saw what it could do. By the way, do I even have it here? 59, I remember 5901. Watch this. Whirling Assault. Wait. Yeah, you could do Wind Blast. There. Look at this. There you go. That's Whirling Assault. Easy. What about Wind Blast? Yeah, you can add Wind Blast for sure. Anything that's an immediate ability that is not channeling and it doesn't need a condition to be met, you can add it. For example, Tempest Bell, you can't because Tempest Bell needs combo points before you can actually use it. So you can't use abilities like Flicker Strike, Tempest Bell, or Ember Fusillade, or things like that are channeling. Standing Still is dog. Brah, look at this, man. And this is, by the way, just no dissing to GG, but this is GG creating the build. Imagine what we can create. Look at this. And again, I'm pretty sure they said, somebody mentioned in chat before that they mentioned that they're going to add some kind of a movement speed, movement within the channeling. So it's going to be very close to Ember Fusillade, which you move a little bit slower, but you're still moving. And I don't think you're going to need much with that, to be honest. Because if we look at how they're playing, obviously GG Standing Still. I don't know if I can detect some kind of movement. No, it's just Standing Still for now. Yeah, this is dog, 100% dog. I mean, for bosses, you don't really care. Hey, what was that? Oh, that's the support. You see the support that they added there? Oh, like wind blast kind of effect. Beefy, welcome in. And then the other thing that we mentioned about the monk is like a speculation. It's practically impossible. Don't take everything that I say with a grain of salt, because I don't know anything at the moment. There's no guides. There's no anybody who's literally telling you that a build is going to be 100% viable and good is BSing or is just having fun. No shot. We don't know anything. But what I can think about is if you go purely on the monk side and you just get everything that we know for now, because don't forget that we have this, whatever this is. We don't know what this is. We don't know what this is. This looks, if I were to guess, this is going to be some kind of a defense. Let's write that down and see if I'm right. This, maybe not so much, but I see this, I don't know, a defense of some kind. It does look AoE-ish, but you know what I thought of? Imagine it's another channeling thing, or not a channeling thing, but like a buff that you click it, and you have like winds surround you for a couple of seconds that everybody that comes close is being knocked back or gets a little bit of a damage hit, and it doesn't allow them to hit you. Something like that is what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of something like that. Like a wind barrier, yeah, I guess. Whatever, we'll see what it is. But I just wanted to point it out that we have no idea what these two are. So whatever I'm about to say next might be completely debunked by these two. But imagine if you have, we said 8 points, right? So let me, imagine if you go, obviously, holo focus. So holo focus, you have the ghostly bells that are going to be appearing around you. 4-meter radius. Bell duration is 5 seconds before you have to go and break it, so you can deal damage. 4-second duration between bells that are pure, and there's limit 1 active bell. Like chat pointed out, and I do agree, I'm pretty sure that we're going to get a support gem that's going to probably A, increase the limits of active bells, and B, reduce either the radius or the duration between the bells appearing. So you can get this, and there's a reason why. So if you go for holo form with Whirling Assault, for example, of course you're going to be standing still. You're going to be moving super slow whenever you're channeling. But every time that you're dealing damage, or every 4.1 seconds, a bell is going to appear, and your illusions, your Kage Bujino Jutsu Naruto style shit that you're doing here, are going to be breaking the bells, which is extra damage. So based on that point, I just want to look again here to see if they've combined both of these, because I don't see any bells being spawned. They do show the bells later on, right? Here. This is annoying. I'm never going to do this shit. Does this give you a buff? Oh, there it was. You see that? Look at that. There. You see that? Right here. And there's going to be another bell spawned right there. You see it there? This was a bell that was broken. This is garbage. 2 steps forward, 1 step backwards. Yeah, but you're not forced to do it. We were only getting those bells so they can spawn whenever we're clearing the maps. Like, no sane person is going to be doing this while they're running, backtracking, or whatever. Like, that's why I said, does it give you a buff? Like, why would I break that? Yeah, there you go. That broke the bell right there, but it didn't. You see the radius of the damage? I don't think that hit the. I don't think that hit the boss. This is the main issue, that it spawns 4 meters away from you. Attach a ghostly bell to your back, critical. Well, listen, we're speculating. Wait, somebody said that it actually scales with damage. Yeah, concentrated area would be cool on the bells. It's going to be closer. You're right. They're going to be closer, but also their hit is going to be closer too. Attack damage 341%. Where do you read that? I'm talking about... What bells are you talking about? Are we talking about the same bells here? Am I blind? I'm talking about the bells that appear. Can we build combos by hitting the bell? I have no idea. They don't specify anything like that. So I think saying yes is just assuming. Actually, yeah. Now that I think about it, I think the logic says yeah. Because you did use your Whirling Assault, Ice Strike, or whatever to break it, which means that you used an ability, which means that you created a combo. Oh my god, I am blind. I'm sorry. Chat, I am blind. Phineas, you're right. 341%. I'm completely blind. There it is. Jesus Christ. Attack damage shockwave is 341%. Okay, chat was right. So there you go. These deal damage. So imagine you have these. Then you also add a bell on your back right here. Attaches, so this also attack damage 224%. Attaches a ghostly bell to your back. Critical hits with other skills while will cause the bell to ring out, damaging nearby enemies as well. 150% stun. So both of these things, you don't actually need to do anything. These are not abilities. They're just automatic shit that happens while you're dealing damage. So far, you spend 4 points. Then you spend 2 more points to get your holo form for your Naruto shit that you want to be doing. And then you add something like Whirling Assault on it, or we're going to discover something else. This is going to create a 6 meters radius, and the more you channel, the more illusions you get. They're going to deal once and be gone. I don't know how it's bait. How is it bait? Why? How do we know that already? Like, I'm not saying that it's going to be amazing, but I don't think it's going to be bad just because you can put like crazy abilities like Whirling Assault. I mean, I'm not impressed with Vaulting Impact. I really like this though. This. Same bad. But again, the one thing, Malfurion, that I'm going to say as to why I feel slightly leaning towards that direction is because even on the reveal day, people were asking me how I feel about the monk. And I was like, I don't know why, but I feel a little bit underwhelmed. I mean, it looks cool, but I think that all of these skills are going to end up being like every other cool as shit build that we were seeing in 0.4 that we never actually got to play because it wasn't that good. It was just visually nice. You know what I mean? I really like the thing we don't know anything about more than Hollow Form. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. Fair enough. So you're saying going Fists of Stone with Way of the Mountain. Yeah, this is pretty sick, actually. It's pretty cool. And the runes, plus maybe the bell for the crit for AoE. And you guys remember what I said the other day? Again, even though Monk looks cool, I think this is going to be pretty strong compared to that. I mean, based on its skills, not what it can do with the idols and the beast tames and everything. We'll see, we'll see. Anyway. Four points to Bell, too much. Yeah, I guess so. Companion and own damage scaling with Spirit of Walker is going to be insane. True. True, Ling. Yeah, true. I know, I know. What else do we have here? Melt Wax, Mockery of Faith. Is this the beginning? Yeah, this is the beginning of the folder. What is your league starter? 21st of May. I'm going to get closer to a league starter. I have no idea just yet. My monk main heart is saying monk, but I'm not so sure because 4 times I did monk and melee, and I regret it every single time that I'm league starting as a melee. So I might do something different. What is this, chat? Does anybody recognize this? Why do you not necessarily the monk choice is what I regret, is the melee choice is what I regret for league starter. It's so much slower. It's so much prone to dying. It's more unforgiving. It's so much easier to just blast through everything with plants or with whatever else. Gas Arrow. Oh, this is Gas Arrow. You're right. Yeah. Manasa, the Serpent Queen. Melt Wax. What do we get here? Momentum. Damn Nash with you 2 videos from the stream. Thank you, man. But it's fun. It is, 100%. It is fun. But nobody stops me from doing it as my second character after I have a little bit of currency to support it and have a breeze through the campaign. You know what I mean? Like day 1, the launch day, we're going to have a subathon. We're going to have a massive giveaway. Last thing that I want is dying 252 times before going to tier 1 maps. I want to get to the end game, bro. We're going to have like an uninterrupted, unstoppable stream for probably 36 hours. So I might as well just get to end game as soon as possible. Oh yeah, the ward. Thank you for reminding me, Jokaris. You had a good question for the ward. Let me see if there is something for the ward. How do we obtain ward? I think they said something here. Early campaign base types give a runic ward as a pure upgrade with no downside. Trade-offs only start appearing in endgame. No, he's talking about Kalguran skills. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to go back here so we can look at this together, because you're right, I'm also confused a little bit about it. I don't remember where Kalguran skills are. All right, so somebody asked me, what do you mean whenever I said before that I feel it's a little bit overwhelming for new players? This is what I mean, chat.
There, you sexy beast.
11 months in a row. Let's go, McRoy. Thank you so much for the support, bud. Thank you. Big. Cheers, bud. Thank you. Yeah, Runic Ward is a second life pool. That's what I understood as well. But also, it's a cost for Kalguran skills. So I guess that's it then. So you have Runic Ward on your gear, and that's the way that you use the Kalguran skills. Yeah, okay. This right here is what I mean it's overwhelming. They confirmed in the Q&A Atlas Tree has over 300 nodes. But they said the fortress only requires roughly 150 maps to complete the entirety of the Atlas tree because some of them give you more than 1 point. 300 nodes, chat. What casual player is going to be okay with this? Oh boy, we're going to scare away the new players before 1.0, man. You guys are casual players? Come on, dude. Come on. Hey. If you get all of them, it might be alright, yeah. But, bro. They can focus on killing bosses and you get all the points. Bro, people are complaining that Zesh Tier 1 is difficult for them. What are we talking about here? Anyway, I'm not complaining. This is paradise for me, man. Give me 1,000 nodes. I'm gonna grab them all. I absolutely love this. Look at that. So many options of juiciness. I love it. But as I said, I love the game. And I don't want it to scare new players because you give them this. Give me 1 second. Let me just paint you a picture. I don't need to paint you anything. Just look at the kit from 0.5. Right? Look at the new Atlas tree. Okay? Watch this, chat. Look. Memorize everything that you see here. Look at this one. And imagine you're a new player getting in and you see all of these options. You have Ritual on the left. You have Temple on the right. I think this is Temple, right? Yeah, these, holy shit. I didn't zoom here before. This has to be Temple. You have Ritual, you have Temple, you have Abyss, you have Breach, you have Deadly in here, you have everything. The tree is massive, okay? Remember that. Ankui. Then, you have this map, this scary looking thing, with every single thing here is important for a new player. You don't know where to go, okay? Second thing for you to remember is this. Get ready, get ready. This is your first fear. Getting the tree for your class. This is gonna implode their brains. I don't know if Klima's here, but I could just bring you a brand new example right here. Klima, are you in? Klima played 6 months ago, or maybe 8 months ago, POE2 for probably 3 hours. And then stopped because he was busy with work and everything. He just started playing again. He's actually online right now. Level 14 monk in Freythorn. Let's go, dude. Get that spirit gem. He just started now again for the first time. He shat his pants before. Yeah, exactly. But this is number 3. So you remember passive tree, Atlas tree, and Atlas map. Okay? Get ready, get ready. Wait, I'm not done. Hold on. Boom. Another tree. 4th tree. And look at how big this shit is. Watch this. That's what she said, by the way, but look at this. Look at that. Okay, 4th. Moving on. This. New choices. New options, new shit to go through. That's 5. You have these things now. And much more. Anyway, I don't want to overdo it. You get my point. So 4 or 5 different things that I feel is going to exhaust the shit out of new players. Is going to scare them to death, man. That's the only thing that I'm... excuse me, that I'm worried about a little bit here for newer players engaging with the game and everything. The best thing that I believe that they could do is have a nice little guide or tutorial the same way the last Epoch has. If they want, I'm going to create the guides for them, man. I honestly don't, I don't care. I would combine forces with like multiple different content creators and just take a section and write a detailed guide in game. I would love for them to do that, man, for new players. This is actually pretty cool. Analysis paralysis. Yeah, so many choices, man. So many choices. And also now, you're right. I completely forgot the Atlas tree has a choice now. Whatever playlist you're running right now is a total banger. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. It's I think it's my Spotify algorithm. I'm not playing a playlist. Somebody requested a song to rickroll us, and then it just started playing randomly. So it's my Spotify algorithm, I think. They need guides like these, but there's a big but. What's the big but? I'll tell you what I would have done if I was the developer of the game, and tell me if you think this is proactive or just stupid. If I don't have time, if I have a small team, I have the funds, I would reach out to the 5 best content creators that I know that are for written guides. And I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about people like Crouching Tuna and people like that, right? And pay them to write guides. Send the guides, read them, approve them, put them in the game. Easy, done. Written by Crouching Tuna. End of story. Approved by GEG. Done. That's it. Then they can build it themselves. Oh, 100%. Yeah, they should. They should. I'm saying that this is the last resort to go out to the community for help. They could. I'm not saying, oh, pick this because this is gonna help, or like World of Warcraft is popping little bubbles of tutorial. Oh, you reached this point in the Atlas tree. We would recommend you to pick shrine buffs or instead apply to the boss because you're gonna have an easy. I'm not talking about that. It's like the first time you open the Atlas. Big, bold words. Everything is blurry. It's in the front of your face, and it says, welcome to the Atlas tree. This tree is going to empower your endgame. It might look scary, but you're going to progress one point at a time. You're going to have the choices, read them carefully, yada, 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 yada. There are multiple templates that you can go for, but it's better for you to stick to a path that you would think. Whatever. This is the search bar. Type in something, it's going to direct you there. This, you click it, you can favorite, you could do this, you could do that. Just explain what the hell it is. And then when they open the Genesis tree for the first time, same shit happens. Blurry tree, pop up in the middle and says, welcome to the Genesis tree. This is part of the breach mechanic. You have unlocked it successfully, whatever. You need to fight more breach encounters in your map so you can be able to get the hive blood, and then you're going to get the Zesht dude that's going to give you the womb tree. Once you get the womb gift, you need to put the womb gift in one of these spots, and then they highlight this. You put the womb tree here, and it's going to shit your item of your choice. There are multiple different choices. You can go for jewels. You can go for whatever else, gloves. Anyway, this is hive blood. This means that these are the points that you can shit items with. Have fun. That's it. That's it. But again, it's a one-time thing. It's not every single time you go in there is going to tell you, hey, do this, hey, do that. It's a tutorial for new players. That's it. To make them feel, to give them a choice. I think that choice is even more important than not having the choice of help. Some people might say, you know what? F this. I don't care about this tutorial. Disable tutorials. Bye-bye. But at least it should be there, you know? What do you mean choice? Choice of having tutorial of that kind that I'm just saying, like deep diving help. No, I'm talking about tutorials, Mysterium. If they said shit out your stuff, I would love it. Yeah. I've been teaching new players in the past for like everything in POE, and later they messaged me, but Fubgun said this is the best and only way. Yep. Well, is what it is, man. Is what it is. I've heard people recently, I'm not going to name any names, but I've heard a lot of people recently, and also community players and whatever, talking about how they're super surprised that the average person runs a map for 15 minutes. And apparently it's very surprising. So I think people don't realize, and I think I have it written somewhere here. Give me 1 second. I think I have it in my notes because they spoke about it. They spoke about it in the Q&A. "15 minutes. Yeah. Wait. Is it shocking, chat, to you? It's definitely not shocking to me. The average person is not on streams daily. If you're on streams daily, if you're working from home and you're playing the game every single day, or you're looking at videos every single day, or you're on streams every single day, you're not an average player. You need to understand that. It doesn't matter if it makes you feel that you're dedicating more time to the game. It's the truth. On the average player, like if you're insanely good at crafting like you are, Dracaris, obviously you're not an average player. When I say basic, I mean how the tree works with the terminology and how to upgrade gear effectively and what certain words mean. Yeah. I agree, Gene. Yeah, I agree. I guess my view of average isn't right because all of my mates and communities are gamers. That's what I'm saying. I do believe the majority of people that are above average are on the same exact spot as you. The majority of people that they're watching or they're speaking about the game are not average players. So then you are in four walls. You don't see what's happening out there. You know what I mean? Wait, I wanted to find this. Hold on. Where is it? Oh, here. Look at this. Their endgame philosophy, they said, is they wanted to add quitting points, progress bars, challenge completions, questline endings, so players feel done rather than burning out with 400 hours played and no sense of completion. Average map completion time for an average player is much longer than most people assume. Designers' internal estimates were often off until they looked at actual statistics. And they said that roughly it takes average players 190 seconds or 160 seconds to kill a boss, and it takes the actual players 6 or 7 seconds to kill the boss. So do you understand the difference between those two numbers? Or I think it was 8. I might be wrong. It's either 8 seconds versus 160 seconds, but I know that it was 100 and something seconds for sure. And then the other one was a single digit. I remember that, but I don't remember the exact numbers. And this is also something that I really liked. You guys remember I had a short the other day that we were talking about it with whenever we were reacting to one of Try's videos about feeling about the pace of the game and how not everything should be completely destroyed. This is what they said. Their intention is the first pinnacle fight and everything leading to the first ever pinnacle fight should be a tough challenge, and anything post pinnacle farming should feel increasingly godlike. Not a bad intention. Next league, I'm going to play like super casual so I know how they feel. Good. Yeah, sure. Good luck with that one, bro. Good luck with that. Okay, anyway. The last interview with John, he said, we don't aim for players to keep playing the league for the entire duration. It's an ARPG that won't work. But they want to feel the players fulfilled, and whenever... what? When events coming, they happy to return. Sorry of gone. Phone. Okay. I see what you mean. I understood what you meant. Yeah, okay. So if you don't care about retention for 4 months, why are you doing an event on the second month or the third month? Don't do an event. Let people go and play other games if that's not the point. They won't, but they said that they will. He literally said that they want to add events and some other shit. Let me see. I have it on my other notes for the other reveal. Between now and 1.0, polish plus balance updates with event leagues, mechanic remixes, etc. But they never said that they're only going to do this once. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to keep doing this or not. I spent hours to dedicate to this game and I still suck. I've yet to be successful on my own. I was looking forward to playing this game though, because I believe one day it's going to click for me. If every casual I had that mindset, it'd just be better for the community. 100% loaded. Yeah. Nah, you're doing good, man. Just because you're saying that, you have that attitude, I'm pretty sure you're going to do fine. How many, bro, you have no idea how many people have gone by from here telling me that they're having trouble with the game, that they feel bad because they don't know what they're doing. Crafting is too complicated. The game is too complicated. And after 1 or 2 leagues, they are almost at the same level or better than me as well. Or they're doing better crafts, or they're just goated in every way. So it's going to eventually click, bro. ARPG is not a genre to keep people active for the entire league. Yeah, but here's my question. Why not change it? Why not dominate the genre? Why not break that cloud that everybody has accepted for the past 25 years? Why not? What's the problem with ARPG doing that? And whoever wants to stay can stay. You cannot add events every 2 weeks? Don't. No, I'm not talking about that. So whenever we return back to 4 month cycles, Soulbound, right? 4 month cycles. Let's say 1.0 comes out, whatever, December. 4 month cycles. Every 2 months. Like the middle of the league, whenever it's the middle of the league, or the third month. So you have 1 more month to go. Then yeah, you could do like a nice little event to reset the economy, get people hyped up, or whatever the case is, to bring people back. I don't see what's wrong with that. I'm not talking about daily logins, or weekly logins, and monthly login, FOMO shit. No, I'm not talking about that. But that was his point, though. What do you mean? Yeah, but we've never had that, Soul. We've never had that happen. Players are fulfilled, leave the game, but will come back whenever there's an event, something to achieve. Absolutely. I'm on the same page with you. We're not disagreeing, by the way. It was just probably we misunderstood the point and we deviated from it. I'm exactly on the same page. But we haven't had that in POE2. The events that they were created from individual creators. Timmy created an event. Try with Localhol created an event. Community created the events, right? POE2 didn't have something official from GG. GG was MIA. So whenever I came out and I said, hey, I need them to create something. I need them to do some mechanical changes. Give us an ascendancy mid-league. Give us an event mid-league. People were ready to jump through the screen and strangle me for whatever reason. People were offended that I said that. Go back to MMORPGs. This is not how ARPG works. Well, clearly now GG is what they want to do, I guess. Been following you for a year. Hey, Grizz. You're my go-to for best builds and gear building, etc. Loyal fan here, bro. Thank you so very much, man. I really appreciate you. What a legend. Grizz, thank you. Very kind words, man. When I'm talking about special, I mean, okay. Okay. The only people that will complain are the PO1 sweats that would have quit by then anyway. So let them... Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, let them quit. It's okay. It's absolutely okay. Anyway, we do have a couple of interviews that I wanted to watch. And I'm not sure if you guys have actually watched these interviews, but I think they're going to be godly because it's talking about POE2. One of them is Chris Wilson with, "Hi, my name is Jonathan Rogers." That's a crazy interview for us to watch. There's another one with... I remember who it was. I should have saved them. Brakari, thank you very much for the follow, bud. Yeah, we have this one. Chris Wilson with Uncle John. Then there was one more. Let me just find that one, and you guys choose which one we do. There's one more interview that happened with Uncle John and somebody else. I don't remember who it was, though. Is that an interview, bro? I saw the thumbnail. Oh, yeah. Good. Brilliant. Thank you, man. This is the second one, and there's a third one. I shit you not, there's a third one. Bro, Soulbound, it seems that you know all of these interviews, so find the third one for me. Do you know which one I'm talking about? Hey, that's me. There's a third one. I promise there's a third one. I know which. I find it. Go. Go. Ice is faster than me. Let's go. I see the goat. Send me. Why can I not find it? Oh, here. I think I did. Is it this one? 1 day ago. Did he interview Jonathan or what? He did. Okay, beautiful. Excellent. There it is. Third interview. Okay, beautiful. We have 3 interviews to watch, and I think they're gonna be pretty cool interviews to see how Uncle John is thinking. He's been busy lately. Do you think they should do away with the busy work of tablets the same way Desecrate Waystones was nuked? They are a relic of towers, and doing away with them would make mapping way more seamless. The tablet juice can come from elsewhere easily. To be completely honest, I agree, but only if they launched POE2 0.1 without it. Now taking it, I think now juicing the maps, it's still going to be an item. And I'd rather keep the tablets rather than having a new item replacing the tablets, confusing the shit out of us. But I do see where you're coming from. All right, which one do you want us to watch first, chat? We have Destin. I think this is from Chris Wilson. Yeah, all right, the two goats. Let's do this one first.
I'm Chris Wilson. So this is the interview that people have been requesting for some time. Today, I'll be chatting with Jonathan Rogers. The context for viewers is Jonathan and I were two of the co-founders of Grinding Gear Games and ran the company together for 17 years or so. I left a few years ago and Jonathan's been running it since then. So for every new Path of Exile 2 release the company does, they run a press tour where journalists and influencers can interview the company about the new expansion. And now that I've got my YouTube channel, I kind of snuck onto the press tour and snagged an interview slot with Jonathan. Hey, Jonathan, how are you going?
Hey, I'm going good.
Nice, good to talk to you. Yeah, so how's life at GGG?
Okay.
050 is looking.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, yeah, that was that was more awkward than I would think, actually. I mean, bro, these guys. Anyway, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, that was a little bit more awkward than I would think that it would be, but it's okay. Let me do that so we can have more space. Cool. Let's continue. Hey. Yeah. Hi. Hey.
Really cool.
Cool. Let's see.
Very, very pleased to see it.
Let's go.
Well, it's certainly busy, I'll tell you that. Like, there's a lot going on. Like, 050 is kind of this just, like, giant patch that, is like a crazy bear to organize just because there's so many different parts to it. So, yeah, it's certainly probably one of the harder ones I've ever worked on, I'd say.
The scope looks crazy. Like, when you were initially telling me about it, like, obviously there's a ton of stuff in the end game, but you just kept going.
Yeah. I think one of the issues, one of the perils of being in early access is there's this kind of desire of like, okay, with every patch, we want to try and fix everything. Like, we want to try and get the game into a state where it's more releasable. And so then we're like, okay, the end game is a problem. We need to address it. So we're like, okay, what are the things that would need to happen? What are all the things that would need to happen in order to make the end game good? And so suddenly then you're ending up with the scope that's just absolutely gigantic. And probably the smart thing to do would be to be, okay, we're just going to divide this up into like several pieces, and then we're going to go and we're going to try and do each one, and one at a time. But the problem is, what was that, sir?
Oh, could you divide the end game stuff? Like, it feels to me like you kind of do need to do that pretty cohesively.
Well, I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, it does feel like you can't divide it, and that's because you're like, okay, if we're going to make the end game good, it means that every single, like, all of the things in it need to be good and so on. But like, the reality is that probably what would have been better is like, hey, just leave one of these leagues bad, and just like concentrate on the others and everything like that. But I really didn't want to. So what we ended up doing was kind of like, okay, we're gonna make every single thing that's in the end game actually good. Like, we're gonna make sure that they all have the sort of depth of a full like league system. We're not gonna leave it like.
I guess he's talking about the actual mechanics, because I don't know if that's true. We don't have the game, so I don't want to be negative, but I don't know if Rogue Exiles and Wisps have gone the significant increase in being good compared to the other four that got reworked. But definitely better choice than just keeping Ritual as it was or Expedition as it was.
How it was in 010 and that kind of thing. And that's just kind of led to the scope being huge. And we were planning even 040 to have a bunch of the in-game stuff, and then it ended up just getting pushed because it was just kind of too huge. So yeah, it's just a scope management issue, and it's been pretty difficult.
So with regard to that delay there, how did the thought process work? Like, obviously you'd worked out a scope of in-game stuff in your head you thought you could do for 040, and then the reality was you eventually had to decide to push it. But
yeah,
what was it that made it too big to do in 040?
Well, once again, I think it was probably just the fact that we wanted to do it all at the same time. So we were like, okay, we need 4 new pinnacle bosses, because we need to be, we're upgrading 4 leagues. If we've got 4 new pinnacle bosses, we need, like, here's all the stuff that needs to do. We need to make sure the league mechanics have like an extra thing going on with each of them, like all that sort of stuff. And I think if we'd just done one of them in 040, that would have been absolutely fine, and we could have got extra, especially because like a bunch of work was done, right? Like, there was a bunch of work done before 040, because we did think that the end-game stuff was going to go in. Which then we kind of had to at the last minute be like, okay, we actually can't do this. It's just going to have to be the druid in the league effectively for 040.
Yeah, they also had
that
the
was
class.
kind of
It was
a bit
impossible.
annoying because it made 040 feel a lot smaller. And it's interesting because like 030 was obviously a huge, like a huge release. And then 040 kind of felt like a bit of a letdown by comparison. It really is just because a bunch of work that was done didn't end up shipping in it. So 050 though, on the other hand, is going to feel like this absolutely gigantic release because a bunch of work that was done for 040 which didn't make it is now going to be in it, plus a bunch of extra stuff as well. So yeah, that's kind of just one of those things, I guess. But yeah, it's sort of surprising as well because the larger something is, it honestly like the time taken to do it seems to go up by more than linearly, right? Like if you do something twice as big, it takes more than twice as long to do it. So that's one of the tricky things we've certainly found.
Yeah. I noticed, so this early access you're running for POE2 at the moment, it's not the first time GGG did early access. Like, as you recall, we did it for 1.0 and 2.0 and 3.0 back, like The Awakening and Fall of Oriath and so on. But those were way shorter. Like, it was basically like 1 league's worth. And obviously you guys will have run this for like a year or so. And in fact, is it a year or 2 years?
It'll be 2 years,
yeah.
By the time we're done, I suspect.
Yep. So the question I have here is, this means that you're having to run early access, not just as a beta test, but kind of as a live service. Like you're having to, when you do an update, you can't say, hey guys, please test the campaign. There is no end game, because they want to play the end game. You want them to be playing it as a final product. It makes money and so on. So is it hard managing a live service when what you kind of want is testing of specific features?
It honestly really is. And the funny thing about it is that we never intended, as I'm sure.
That's a really good question, actually, because it is a live service. It does enable a lot of people to think about it as more of a negative, because you pay for it, it's a live service, whatever. There's like packs and whatnot, and it's still treated as an early access. And it's been 2 years now, actually. Imagine whenever 0.1 came out. I do remember that Jonathan said that their target was end of 2025 for them to release 1.0.
You specifically know to have early access last this long. Like, both of us were very optimistically thinking, oh yeah, it's going to be 6 months. But the reality was it was way longer than that. The funny thing is that I think that when you haven't made a game from scratch for a while, even if you're sitting there churning out league launches, it honestly took me by surprise how much work there is in it. Which, I mean, we did it before, but yet it's like somehow you forget like how much there actually is there. And I mean, the first time we did it, we took like was it 6 years or something? And like before we actually released anything. And then it was quite a long while after that before we had more than a couple of acts. Like all the rest of it and everything. So like, that was actually kind of, POE2 just ended up being a sort of similar prospect, but it didn't seem like that, because it's like, you kind of look at it and you're like, well, the team's so much larger. There's so much more going on. Like, we've made all this, there's all this pre-production stuff. We've like made tons of monsters. We've made tons of unique art. We've made all this stuff. It's like, it feels like the putting it together part at the end should be somehow not as long as it is. And yet somehow it just ended up being way bigger. So I think that's been kind of pretty brutal wake up call. You think you know how to make a game, and then you do it again, and it's like, oh yeah, that's right. A decade later.
No, that's right. We're understaffed. That's what the problem is, I believe here. You cannot, bro. They're doubting themselves over their game developing skills. I think that's unfair. The credit goes 100,000% to these guys for the amount of people that they are with the game that they're creating. It's just outstanding. It's insane what they're doing, and they're keeping up. And we did have a delay. We're bitching about it as players, like we always do, but it's just great what they did it with 0.5. It's huge with such a small team, and they should get all the credit, man. I love the fact that they're humble. I love the fact that they're not like out there and just trying to show off or whatever. They definitely deserve all the credit. I can literally name you now multiple different things that are not getting enough credit. One of those things is the music of the game. Whoever it is that's writing, I forgot his name. I do have him subscribed on YouTube as well. He's a genius. The production of the music and everything. But I really hope that they get this sorted with the team. I think they deserve to lean back a little bit. They deserve to lean back a little bit, because I feel that leaning back a tiny bit is where creativity unlocks. And if they're working like this, being understaffed, pressured by 2 different games. They also have the Chinese servers going on, and they have different other stuff going on with the Chinese servers or the Asian servers, whatever. They're so pressured, and they're still performing like this. Imagine if they lean back a little bit and they open up their creativity. It's just gonna be insane. It's just it's a weird thing with New Zealand, hiring in New Zealand and all that stuff. But I would love to see that at some point. And to answer to chat's question, which you think is worse? Do you like do it like GG, releasing the game like that, or announce a game and release a pre-order while the game launches in a year? 100% GG, yeah, for sure.
Later, it's actually really, really hard still.
I wonder if this is because some percentage of each release has to go into like league stuff and micros and other novel stuff for that release, and it gives you less than 100% of the time to, like, it slows down the development of, you know, act content and that kind of stuff.
Well, the early access stuff is very much like that, and that in particular is part of the reason why we're not doing a 060. So you know, like 050 is going to be the last release, and the reality is that we're kind of like, okay, getting Act 5 and 6 and all the stuff we've got in 1.0 out, it can't be done in 4 months. We can do it in 8 months, but if we don't do it in 4 months, we have to do another league. And if we do another league, then that's even more content we have to make, because it's a league now, right? And so that would actually push 1.0 out even further. And so you've got this thing where it's like every single launch is effectively stealing resources from finishing the game. So at some point we just had to sort of put our foot in the sand and say, no, we're actually going to get this damn game out now, if it does mean going a little bit longer between 2 releases. So it'll be really good though, because once we get to 1.0, like, not having to have this like extra giant thing going on in the backdrop of finishing the campaign and so on is just going to be so much easier. Like, the idea of just being able to make a league rather than have to also like do like mega revamps of everything and like just crazy like, you know, like new campaign acts and everything is going to be pretty good. I think it's going to like allow us to relax a little bit more.
Good. Yeah, that's a really good call, actually. Putting their foot down and just saying, you know what, we're going to release the full game and it is what it is. I think he did confirm that Act 5 and 6 is coming in 1.0, which is going to be late November or December, if I'm getting this right. They didn't mention anything for classes. I don't know if this interview is going to mention it, but yeah, getting everything out of the way is going to help them focus on more creative leagues. And whenever 1.0 is going to be out, they're going to have more time to look at new, unique ways to improve POE2. And to answer to chat's question about the Infinite Atlas, I think that's the Infinite Atlas that we need to deal with in POE2. I don't think it's going to be changed at all. If they didn't completely remove it now and do a completely different thing or something close to POE1, I don't think we're seeing it anytime soon, yeah.
Compared to what we have been doing, because the rush to 1.0 has been pretty crazy.
One thing that you and I had done previously, like a long time ago, is we'd often be working on the next league, but have the beginnings of a larger league. Like I remember with Ascendancy, for example, when we started work on that. I mean, that's partly because we, overscoped or underestimated it, but we essentially moved Ascendancy from its slot to the next slot, and did another league instead. Obviously, you guys, like I know GGG won't have plans that far out for the future, because you're focusing all on 1.0. But do you expect that you would intermingle larger releases and larger leagues?
Yeah. So, I mean, look, you need to have updates that like shake up the end game and do other stuff like that every now and then. Otherwise, things will get scale. So we'll absolutely be doing the whole like AB kind of like thing that we used to do. It's just at the moment, effectively, what you've got going on in the background is that the B, as it were, is like the extra act that you're sitting there working on, because there's like a ton of work that's going on there in the background. Yeah, like we'll probably do that. I mean, look, it's funnily enough, right? Because sometimes the like latency times get so crazy that there are like things being made for 1.2 already in the pipeline. Like it's like we know there's certain bosses that we need and stuff like that, and we're like, okay, sometime around 1.2 we're probably going to need this, so let's get it started into the pipeline now. So
okay, nice. That kind of makes sense if you think about that we're missing 4 classes, and I don't think they're going to release all 4 in 1.0. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're saying, okay, 1.0 is going to come with the 2 acts, the Third Ascendancy, the Duelist, and whatever else. And then we're going to do, let's say, Marauder for 1.1 and Shadow for 1.2. So if Shadow's coming, then we need A, B, or C. And if we need A, B, or C, then that means that we need this kind of boss. I can see that being written somewhere in a small box in their whiteboard. You know what I mean? And then Templar, and then Scion, and then whatever. I can see that happening.
Certainly some longer things like that.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because we're like, okay, I mean, as I'm once again, I'm sure you'll probably remember, we're like, okay, the league that's after Christmas is never going to be the big one that has the thing, so therefore the 1.2 therefore has to be the one, and you know, like you.
How did he guess that I said that?
Pretty much, that's how you sort of end up with that stuff.
That's amazing. Like,
hey, there you go. I was spot on. He literally just said what I said. Good.
This may just be like a conspiracy theory I had back when I was trying to work on league planning stuff, but it always felt that the league around September was small because like my blame at the time was like, you know, northern hemisphere people going back to school or whatever, and there was always this dip. Like I remember Delve, one of our best leagues we ever made by far, just having such a big dip. It was like quiet and no one seemed to care at the time, and I thought, well, that's the September curse. And then you've got the January, February, March curse where you've made it over Christmas, as you say. And then you've also got like a new seasonal game coming out every week because there's going to be a Diablo 4 season and a Diablo 3 season and a Diablo 2 season and a Diablo 2 Resurrected season and World of Warcraft Classic and World of Warcraft season of whatever they've got going on and Last Epoch. And how do you like, and then there's the GTA 6 release, right? Which is just a crater where that happens. Like, how do you time all this stuff these days with so much?
Good question.
On?
Well, I have to say, we usually don't pay too much attention to the other RPG releases.
Yes, dude. Yes, dude. Yeah, that's what I wanted to hear. I am so surprised that he said that. Bro, beautiful question, beautiful answer. D4, D3, World of Warcraft, GTA. What do you think? We literally don't give a shit, man. We're just doing what we do. I love that. North Hunt, thank you for the follow, bud. Let's go, Jonathan.
And honestly, the community would slay us if they thought that we were delaying things just because some other game had a thing coming out. That being said, like GTA 6 is a bit of a problem.
Yeah, GTA 6
you're going
is
to avoid.
sure.
I would say that's the one. But thankfully, since they're not on PC, then it's like not as big of a thing. But the thing is, they're going to buy out like literally all the media, like all the things will be that, like anything that it's possible to spend money on, I'm sure they'll be spending it on. So probably not a good idea, even just for that reason alone, to launch like on the same weekend as them, I would say.
Well, I mean, GGG always had the David versus Goliath thing going on, right? So why not take on Rockstar?
That's a Goliath I don't want to take on, quite frankly. Like that's the that's
smart, smart dude.
But yeah, I mean, just generally speaking, in terms of other RPGs and stuff, I mean, look, I wouldn't launch on someone else's release day intentionally.
Sure,
but if there's other constraints around, I'm certainly not going to shy away from it, just because like we've got our own thing going, we've got our own audience, like we can deal with it. It's just been a bit unfortunate recently how often that's occurred, like seemingly randomly. So I don't know if someone else is doing that intentionally or not. But, yeah.
So there are kind of two strategies for scoping release dates and content, right? One of them is we fix a date and then release with the content that's available, which isn't easy if the content has to be a certain size, like a league, for example. You don't want to release with a half-finished league and say that's what we have. And then, of course, the other approach is, take your time to get it right and release it without a degree of predictability. Once the dust has settled on 1.0 and you're going forward with a plan and resources and so on, which do you expect you'll be doing? Like, how are you going to have a rigid schedule? Or
well, it's definitely fix the date and have the content move, but there's always has to be a little bit of like sometimes you can't necessarily change the scope easily as you get towards the actual release date, because
you need to have like leverage and leeway.
Yeah, like you what you'd have to cut will either be so large that it completely undercuts the release, or there's just like no like place you can sort of pick at it to easily pull it apart. So sometimes you do end up with sort of like 1 week delays around that sort of stuff. And this last one we did, so I mean, like that was even our intention like during POE2's early access, and like we've actually improved that a lot recently with like POE1's definitely successfully back on that train again, and POE2 sort of mostly is. What's been tricky though is just that with an example of the whole thing of having one thing that's too big in scope and therefore you can't sort of do anything but delay is all this endgame stuff, where it's like, because we want to do it in one big package,
Sure, it makes sense.
Then becomes something where it's like, you don't want to cut one league because then it sort of undercuts the whole message.
Yep.
So yeah, like that's the kind of stuff that's been really difficult in that. But we certainly strive for just like cut stuff until the deadline works, because people really do actually prefer the regular updates, and you don't
Yep, 100%.
want to disappear into a hole and just work on something forever either. Like I think I said it earlier, but like it really is the case that the bigger the thing you're working on is, the more work it takes to make it at all. So I think that like having shorter release cycles and like releasing more often honestly produces more work rather than less. Like you really want to be just producing things on as fast a cadence as possible.
Yep.
That you can get away with.
That produces...
Thank you. Great answer. I like that. I really like that. Yeah, absolutely. I don't see anything negative about this. I'm trying to think about what he said here, that they're trying in 1.0, they're going to go back to setting a date, and then the content is going to follow instead of setting the content with no date. So they're going to go back to their initial plan, and they prefer releasing more often stuff. For sure. I absolutely agree.
More aggregate entertainment hours as well, I suspect. More releases means more people coming back for more releases. And so
I guess so, but I wouldn't really think about it that way. Like it really is, I think, in terms of just being able to make content at a reasonable speed. Like it's sort of an interesting phenomenon where
I'm interested here.
The team as well is like, so we had developers who were working on things to the they were working on POE2 for a long time before it was released, and then we had developers who were working on like leaks for POE1. And the people who've been working on POE2 for a really long time, like they've gotten out of the habit of like actually like finishing things and getting it over, because like it kind of wasn't in a release. And it actually took a little bit of effort to sort of get people back on the train again of like, oh yeah, that's right, we have to actually ship things quickly. Like it actually is quite difficult. And I honestly feel like a lot of the reason why a lot of larger games fail is just because they're not shipping fast enough. Like you can probably make a game better in less time, I actually believe, compared to what you get in a long time. Like there's
100%.
something really focusing of just like having a deadline that's relatively close by.
Last epoch,
So,
take notes.
One of the
please.
issues that I felt when working on these leagues, like this happened like 35 times and you were sitting right there alongside me every time, was just that things ended up coming in hot every time, right? Like we're still working on stuff. Like there's the story about how I remember vividly sitting next to you at midnight on Synthesis release day and saying, hey, Jonathan, we still have to like check that you're happy with how the tile generation works for Synthesis. And you say, oh yeah, we should do that.
I remember now, yeah.
And you rewrote it with 3 hours to go to a release basically. And
that was a good one. It was much better afterwards. I was pretty happy with that rewrite.
My responsibility there was making sure we picked the safe option, and the safe option was you rewriting it in 45 minutes.
The thing is the much worse one that you probably wouldn't appreciate was we rewrote quite a significant portion of the database backend literally the night before shipping 010 for POE2. Like,
but it made it better.
It was the thing is like we realized something about the load testing. We were like, oh, we never tested this thing, and then we changed something about the load testing, and the whole thing just falls over. And we're like, crap, this is like a very big problem. We'll call this stuff tomorrow. And then we came up with some pretty ridiculous ideas on how to improve that. And like someone on our team literally rewrote all the saving. Like they added compression to character saves as like a last ditch thing. Like bear in mind, we're like hours before release, and it's like, okay, look, how about we try this? This was like a pretty crazy one. So yes, I'm certainly no stranger to that kind of thing happening from time to time.
Yeah, compression on saves is a good idea because that can take place on the instance, right?
Yep,
and there's a lot of stuff in there, like the waypoint list and so on.
Yeah, made them way smaller.
That's
the particular reason for needing that, by the way, is because once the size of a character gets above a certain size, it becomes larger than what's called a database page. And once it's larger than that, the performance gets really bad. So the POE2 characters, as it turned out, were just larger than the POE1 ones, and that's part of the reason why it wasn't the performance was just way worse.
So rather than me asking what compression you're getting, the important number here is what percentage of characters didn't fit in a page, and now what percentage do?
Before the test we were doing. In fact, I remember what the test was now. So the thing we did in the test is all the characters that we had were not in late in the game. They were all like. They had a lot of items and stuff like that in the load tests we were doing, but they weren't like late in the game where they have way more quest flags. And so the quest flags sent them over the edge. So anyone who gets like past Act 3 or 4 or something was getting above the limit of what could fit in the database page.
Yeah. I can imagine the quest flags, They compress really well, I imagine.
Yeah, they
'cause
do,
it's
exactly.
all
So
zeros
then-
or ones, right?
Yeah, we just added like a really I can't remember what compression it was, but like, probably half the size of a character, but more importantly, it's below the threshold, and now the performance is good again. So
Yeah,
you know,
that's cool.
like,
That's cool.
yeah.
So where I was going with me commenting that when I was there, we never had any time to really test stuff is
Yeah.
how has that been? Is it still down to the wire with releases? Because I imagine it's hectic. Or have you managed to like has the console simultaneous deployment meant that you've got some breathing room for testing and stuff?
I would say it's getting better, but then on the other hand, it also isn't. Like, it always feels hectic, and ultimately the reason for that is because if there's more time, people want to do more, right? Like, people are always going to be like, okay, like I can squeeze in a couple more uniques, I can squeeze in this or that, right? So you end up with a situation where people the work always expands to fill the space that there is.
Yeah.
So it's very hard to actually.
Yeah, I felt my role there was saying no to people in the last 2 weeks, and
yeah, for sure.
Hopefully, you're keeping the no's coming.
Well, we try, but then on the other hand, maybe I'm not as good at it as you were.
Well, here's the key thing. Being completely honest, when I was fully in charge of scope of something, it would end up smaller, like Sentinel. There was less in there. When you and Mark were involved, there were more yeses and more cool stuff was delivered. Obviously, I was petrified about the risk associated with there's so much extra stuff to test in the last minute, and maybe that led to more problems or something. But the releases where you guys got to decide scope had so much more interesting stuff coming, because that extra 10% on top is where the special stuff is in PoE. And I never had the guts to do it myself.
Well, the tricky thing is that probably the coolest stuff is the stuff that comes in the latest, because you get to build on top of the things that you already built.
Yeah,
like you've got
top of the foundation.
It's like, now let's think of some cool stuff. And one thing I would say about 050 is there's just a lot of the weird cool things. Like you're like, okay, here's an ascendancy class, but look, there's a hidden node, and if you do this quest line, then you commune with the dreamer, and then it unlocks this modifies the class.
Yo, Morpheus, thank you for the follow, man.
Slightly, so it's got this extra node in it. And
Bandit, the
waystones
are going to be refined.
There's hidden,
very interesting,
this hidden passage in this one particular map, and if you walk past it with a specific item, then the rune will glow, and then if you walk up to it, the door opens, and then inside there's a crafting bench, and then on that thing you can take these things, and there's
Rennie with a follow as well. Thank you, guys.
It's lots and lots of these little things.
That's cool.
It's been kind of pretty fun having a lot of stuff like that. And honestly, I bet you that there's ones I don't even know about, because Mark will have his deceit features that he'll just sneak in like that I won't know about. Which he does on purpose, by the way. So don't judge Jonathan about this random thing. But it's fine. So there's just lots of little cool things.
That's cool.
I strongly recommend not announcing or showing those. Of course, the temptation is it's more stuff to put on the live stream. But of course,
we'll show a couple of them, and I'll hint towards a couple of others. But there'll be more that they won't have seen. There's quite a few.
So on the topic of the 10%, extra stuff that can go on top, one thing you and I tried a long time ago was to release a follow-up patch after a league launch, usually after a bad league launch, with extra stuff. And what we found at the time, at least my recollection of this, is that the players playing appreciated more content. Their Reddit comments would be a bit less angry because we've changed some stuff and fixed it, but it didn't bring players back. And so, in terms of changing the shape of the graph or the income being generated, doing the follow-up patch, the extra 10% after release had little benefit, apart from, good feelings. But I can imagine what you're saying here is by fitting that 10% into the release, everyone gets to benefit from it.
Yeah, well, you certainly want that. No, well, the thing you were saying there about so
Duncan, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome in.
Content like this, you really want to just concentrate as much as you can in the season as possible. However, there is a really important thing, which is that you don't want people to feel, the people who are playing, to feel sour about the league, because that will influence the results you get next season. So you do actually need to fix stuff and improve it. But it's really challenging, especially when the things that need fixing are actually nerfs. Then you've got sort of the double-edged sword problem. So there was things like, this is actually a POE1 example, but it's okay, we had some things where there were some mechanics with the Breach prequel that people weren't happy about. And so it was sort of really important to make sure that we'd got those sorted out by the time the next release comes along. Otherwise, it would just be a bunch of people complaining about that. So you do really need to make sure that you're at least improving all that stuff. But in terms of adding more content, more uniques or something, it's just not really going to matter, because it's most people are kind of wanting to go play the season, and then then they're done with it and they want to come back next season. So it doesn't end up really mattering too much about adding content. It doesn't juice numbers or anything. Yeah. And that's interesting as well, because a lot of the wisdom from a lot of other game companies is that like, oh, you need to run a bunch of seasonal events, you need to do like all this sort of stuff. Like it's like a constant refrain that you get. Like if you look at the mobile game space, it's like they're like all about the events. Like it's just constantly like you have to do something every week or whatever to prevent people from leaving. But it's just not our MO at all. Like
No, that's too frequent.
Our goal is like give you a satisfying experience. They leave, you come back later.
Yeah.
And it's honestly the hardest thing to convince people of. And like even a lot of the time when people believe they understand that, they still don't really. Like, there's that talk that you did at GDC that people commonly reference where we talk about this quite a lot.
Yes.
And the funny thing is that like people will reference that and talk about it and link it to each other and all that sort of stuff. But yet when I talk to these people in person, I still feel like they still don't actually understand. They're still not really willing to commit what they would really need to commit to really do that. Like in particular, most people are incredibly petrified of economic resets. Like people just actually, most games just do not have the balls to actually reset people's progress. And yet I
don't have the balls, dude. Let's go.
Would say that it's like one of the major reasons why Path of Exile 1 still is going today. Like if we did not do that, I just don't think Path of Exile 1 could possibly have lasted as long as it did.
No, I agree 100%. I agree 100%. I don't think that they need to do weekly events to keep people. Like I am convinced at this point that GG gives a shit about retention way more than what they care to admit. I also believe that resetting is a good thing, 100%, even though it's very frightening for a lot of new players, and I completely understand it. But once you start playing for a couple of leagues, you're going to be over it. It's fine.
Yeah.
So
it's a bit of a shock to the system to new players, but once they experience the joy of doing a league...
Bro, I swear I did not know he was going to say that. I haven't watched it. I'm trying not to pause so we can watch the whole thing, but I literally just said that. Let's go.
Start, and then the joy of doing another league start where it feels fair.
Exactly.
Then they're addicted.
It does take a little while to get into, because I mean, like you'll start, of course people will be, you get the whole thing, oh, we need to skip the campaign. Like people start to ask, oh, I don't want to have to do it again if I already did it and that kind of stuff. It's like, it's really important that you don't, because it's so important that everyone feels like they're on a fair playing field. And it's like part of the reason why you still don't get new users at all. It's like Path of Exile 1 still gets new users today. Not like a lot, but we do get them. And
the only reason Path of Exile 1 is getting new users is because of Path of Exile 2, I believe. Personally. Every 6 months is fine, but every 3 months, every 6 months is fine, but every 3 months is bad. Now I'm more of a balanced person. I would say 4 months is the ideal. Every 4 months you need to have a league. It's just that type of a game. And I also, I can go one step forward and deeper into this. Every 4 months you get a league, but on the 3rd month of the league, the final month, you do like a big ass event or some shit like that to keep people playing or get people back into the game and hyped up for your reveal of the next league is what I would love to see.
So like that's part of the reason why Path of Exile 1 is still good. And, I actually found out a metric recently that I'd never actually looked at specifically, or at least hadn't for a long time, which maybe you'd find interesting as well, which was that between the last 2 POE1 releases, even though they were approximately the same size, only 40% of the makeup of the next league launch was from the previous league launch.
Really? And were those players from past ones, or they weren't?
They weren't. Right? Most of the players weren't new players, but yet only 40% of the people actually play from one league to the next. So what I'm saying is that a huge amount of people are actually, they'll come back like 3 or 4 leagues later and try it again and that kind of stuff. Like there's actually a lot of that going on as well. So
I mean, isn't that like doesn't that make sense with the volume of the league? I mean, the leagues of POE1 haven't been very stable lately, right? Like the last one, Mirage, was good. The previous one was... What was the previous one? Was it the previous one that was meh? I think it all depends on the hype of the league. Which is why, if you think about it, they're going to see the same numbers now in 0.5. And I have a really good example to give here, which is Asmongold, for example. Asmongold watched the 0.1 league, and he played the launch. He never spoke about it for 0.2, 0.3, 0.4. He watched the 0.5, and he's going to play 0.5. And the reason why is because it's the biggest update, and somebody told him. So that's the perfect example that I can give. And I think the same thing is happening in POE1, but with players, I guess. And then he's going to play 1.0 again. So I just think it depends on the hype.
You end up with a situation where for a POE1 launch, you might only get like 10 or 15% truly new players. And then it's like 40% of people who played the last league, and then the rest of them are people who played like several leagues ago.
That's fascinating because
it's kind
in the past we had efforts to enlist new players, marketing to new audiences. You had the efforts to return the users from the last one, but there weren't necessarily. We didn't have a strong way of reactivating people from, past leagues. And I wonder, are those users watching the live stream? Like when you announce new league, does everyone tune in and then they decide if they're playing or not? If they want to.
So I have a feeling that is what it is. Like, and that's I think why it's sort of important to have a variety of different leagues with different like feels, because I think there are certain people who will come back to certain things and not others, and that's just kind of fine. Like it's just sort of nice that you can do a variety like that. And yeah, like
they are 100,000%. I believe anybody from those 60% that didn't transfer over from one league to another are players that actually watched the reveal either on their own from curiosity, or their friends showed them, or they're watching a streamer who's no longer playing that game because the season is done and they're playing, let's say, D4 now, who tuned in. Like, for example, Asmongold had like 300,000 views on his video on revealing on YouTube. Those 300,000 people, I'm pretty sure that there's a huge chunk of those people that haven't played POE1 in 3 leagues, and they just saw the POE2 reveal, and they're going to come back because of the hype or whatever, right? So I'm pretty sure that the majority of people that are not coming back to leagues are still keeping up with every single update that they present, and they're choosing not to go back because either they didn't bring what they want, aka classes, for example, campaigns, whatever the case is, right? For every individual. I mean, the other day we had Trust, who cared about a leaderboard. I mean, people can be very, very specific, so you never know how people think. But that's their choice. That's the power that nobody can take away, is the power to decide whether you're going to play it or you're not going to play it based on what you want, and that's absolutely fine. So yeah, I definitely believe the players are watching and keeping up with everything and deciding whether they're going to play or not.
I guess you'll have some tentpole releases, right? Like Settlers was like a really huge one that like I think a larger than normal amount of people came back for, which is why it was so large. I mean, there was the whole thing about how POE2's release was coming up, and there's like various other tailwinds that were good for it. But
yeah, also to bear in mind with Settlers, sorry to interrupt, but because that was one that you and Mark did, it was the 10% larger than the Chris ones. And
maybe.
So
it just presented really well, and like it was just a really good league like that. So I think a greater than usual number of people came back. But the reason why I was actually looking at this at all is because I was wondering, like I saw the number, what it was for POE2, and I was kind of disappointed in it. And I was like, well, I should look at what the number is for POE.
Okay, I'm sorry I'm stopping again, but it's been like 15 to 20 minutes that they're only talking about numbers. Nobody can convince me that these people don't care about the retention of the game. I do understand that there's a cloud above ARPGs where you're supposed to play for a little bit and then fuck off and go and play another game and then come back for the season. I get it. I also get it that they're making their money purely from supporter packs. I do understand that. I'm not fighting that. But you cannot convince me that they don't care about retention. All they're talking about is the numbers. He literally just said, I was curious and I wanted to see the number and I was disappointed. And then I checked the number in POE1 and you know what I mean? There's just 10%. This did better than that. Why did it do better? When did they leave? This is the amount of players that came back. This is the amount of players that are playing on the 3rd month, 4th month. Oh shit, the delay. Now we delayed for 6 months, but we're going to pack everything in 1.0. We cannot have it like that, which means that we need to create events and mixing different mechanics is what Jonathan said. So they know that they're going to have another 6 months of a delay, and the numbers that they saw for POE2 0.4 are not good. They're simply not. You cannot convince me. Bro, people left after a month and a half. 2 max. D4 came out. World of Warcraft came out. So many other stuff came out. What's the other one? Crimson Desert came out. People left, and the game was not satisfying enough after a month and a half. And it's been 6 months in development, so 4.5 months Players are leaving and the numbers are going down. You cannot convince me, bro. All they're talking about are numbers. Jonathan himself said they don't care about retention. Sure, bro. It doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. Nobody, even Jonathan, if he tells me, Scorpius, we don't care about retention, I'll rebuttal. You cannot convince me, bro. You can't convince me. They say whatever it is that they say to justify another point. If you haven't noticed, through every single interview, Jonathan at least and Mark, if you read their body language, if you read the way that they're thinking, they're saying one thing to justify another thing, to then justify another thing, to then explain the way that they thought about it, which is not going to harm the players because they want to do something bigger than the initial point of your first question. That's always, it's always a rabbit hole of an answer. It's never a yes or a no. So do you guys think that we have an issue with the armor? Well, the armor began 6 years ago whenever we thought that armor shouldn't be buffed because armor is this and that. And you understand what I mean? That's the way that they answer. So obviously they're going to say they don't care about retention because that's going to put them in a very different spot. You know what I mean? It's the philosophy. They cannot go against their philosophy. But if you don't care about retention and all you talk about is the numbers and how they're going down, you cannot convince me that they don't care about retention. I personally think that the player retention is absolutely fine. I'm not talking about the volume of players. I'm talking about how long players play the game. I don't care about the number. The number can always go higher, but you can always keep those numbers from quitting the game a little bit more.
In terms of like people who come from, I went from 030 to 040. And then I was like, okay, but what was it? What is it for POE1? And I found the POE1 number was actually lower. And I was like, okay, this seems like kind of strange. But as I said, I think it's just because POE1's got such a large base of people who, like who come back every few leagues.
Yeah.
That that's the reason why it can be like that.
Yeah, I imagine for a very enfranchised player who knows the game backwards, they really want to play. If the release comes out and they're visiting their grandparents that weekend or something, and they kind of can't play as much as they'd like to, they're like, "Sweet, I know there's another one in 3 or 4 months. I'll play then." And then.
But it's also part of the thing of like running seasonal as opposed to ones where you're constantly running events. Is that like the downside, as it were, is that if you don't get people on that weekend, it's quite unlikely to get them later either. So you're putting all your eggs in one basket there. But I still think it's the superior strategy because there aren't really very many games that have lasted as long as PoE has. Most of the other ones. In fact, like, what is another PvE game that has lasted as long as PoE has? It's like they're actually incredibly rare. There's a few, I think. Around.
World of Warcraft?
Yes, sure.
EVE Online? Does that count as PvE?
That game is such a so far outside my understanding that I don't even know if I can qualify that one way or the other. Like that's like a sort of a completely incomprehensible to me. I have no idea what's going on with EVE Online. So.
I had a conversation with the EVE developers a long time ago, 10 years ago, and I'm sure they won't mind me mentioning this now because it's been so long, but the designers I spoke to had this concern that when they add content to EVE Online, the players expect it to be there forever. And therefore, they can't experiment with interesting stuff. And they express direct jealousy with our leagues. We could introduce something crazy. And then worst case scenario is you break the game because it was Harvest, right?
For sure. Well, we do. The funny thing is that we do actually end up bringing most of what we put in back. We just get to tweak it along the way. So it doesn't having to be a millstone around our neck for so long.
Yeah, my rule of thumb was to have the league out, then to take it away for one league cycle.
Yeah, for one league cycle, and then bring it back the one after.
Right, because then when you bring it back, it's okay to come back with changes.
But we don't always necessarily do that. It kind of comes down to a little bit of like what's going on. But I mean, the other thing as well is like, especially for the POE2 content we're making, because we're sort of filling out the core. There's definitely expectation, all that stuff to stay around, which probably won't be the case post 1.0. Like after that point, it'll be like the leagues are kind of like temporary more explicitly. Yeah. Then we decide which ones we want to keep or not. But
it's like Rise of the Abyssal in the end game, for example. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So
Should be, yeah.
it's pretty cool actually in the new one, because now that we've got everything on the Atlas, there's like giant abyss cracks that are like on the generated Atlas.
Oh, that's cool.
And then you can close those by running maps along the lines. So it actually kind of works out being a similar mechanic to memory lines in POE1, where you like run along a thing, except it's like a giant continent scale abyss crack, and then you're closing it one map at a time. So that was kind of cool.
I remember when you pitched the look of the Atlas, like having a 3D like landscape that's infinite in all directions, back when we were working on it. And like at the time I was so busy with other stuff in POE1 that I didn't really like watch it develop day to day. But then one day I go downstairs and check in with you, and there's this insane 3D rendered like, you know, infinite Atlas thing, and it's very cool what the team can do. I actually had a question about this. You have to indulge my technical question here, but okay. So in this, correct me if I'm wrong. In the new announcement, you have like an infinite ocean that's part of the Atlas. So does that mean that there's just a portion where one direction is water and the other direction is land? Right. Like okay. So my memory is this stuff was being generated procedurally using like overlapping Perl and noise clouds or something like that. Okay.
So when you're generating a something that's infinite in size, you need to be able to have a way to generate each block independently of the other blocks. So you need some way of saying, okay, if I can as I said, I can generate this. I don't have to know what was next door in order to be able to generate this. So that you can like generate in any arbitrary location. So games like Minecraft and stuff work this way, right? Where you can kind of just say like you just for an arbitrary location on the map, okay, here's a place I'm going to generate. So overlapping noise is a really good way to do that. You effectively just take like a...
Bro, they're literally speaking Chinese right now. I think the majority of players are not understanding what it takes to create the game that they're creating, and it's exactly these kind of answers and questions that I think are gonna make sense to people whenever they say, "Oh, I just want them to put the towers in the trash or completely destroy the infinite Atlas." I don't think you understand how much work they put into this to just throw it away. You know what I mean? It's been 2 years, bro. I think it's the technical side is insane.
Bunch of like trigonometry functions like sine and cosine and stuff, multiply them and add values, things like that, and then you get an overlapping one. You end up with like a kind of cloudy looking layer. And then in the case of a game like ours, which has biomes, you can kind of look at it kind of like different heights. Like if you imagine like that there's the mountain, there's like the mountain biome is like a height map, and then you've got like the plains biome as a height map. If you overlay them two on top of each other and you say, okay, wherever the plains are higher, there's going to be plains, and wherever the mountains are higher, it's going to be mountains. You can kind of like effectively imagine how you can get like kind of interesting shapes developing from that. So it's effectively just a bunch of overlapping noises where you pick whatever the highest one is. And so in the case of something like an ocean, where you want to have like, you don't want to have just like a flat border on the edge, but you still want to have it, like blend into it with some interesting shapes. All you have to do is just say, okay, there's like there's a slow blend where we blend in the ocean biome from 0 to 1 over like a certain distance.
So it interpolates it in.
It effectively interpolates it in. But what happens is because all the other things have got like various heights, the ocean just becomes more prevalent until the point where it's the only thing that's there. So you get quite like a nice borderline, so long as you can sort of define where the edges in some sort of like fuzzy way like that. And so then you end up with an infinite ocean. But then on top of that, we want to have islands in the ocean. So then once you're in the ocean area, there's like a different set of random noises that overlap to create islands. And so I think there's I'm not 100% certain about the exact way, but there's like a thing that creates the island shapes, and I believe it uses the old noise functions for the biomes in order to generate the different shapes of the islands. But then what we do is, like, if it was forest, we instead make it a bunch of palm trees so that it looks like an ocean island. And if it was a mountains, it'll instead be, that have like snow and stuff on them. It'll instead be like a thing that looks more like the oceans and the water. So like, there's kind of like a set of alternate art variations effectively for the biomes that are on islands in the ocean. So
how do you control the distribution of the islands and making sure they don't collide with each other and stuff?
Well, they can, in which case you just get a big island. Like the island, we're not generating islands, we're just generating a noise function that happens to produce island-looking shapes.
So there's a sea level somewhere. That
effectively, you look at it as a sea level, but it's the same as you do the other thing, right? You just take whatever is the maximum value of two overlapping noise functions and tweak the parameters until it sort of looks about right.
Yeah. Okay, so the mechanic doesn't need a discrete island.
No, it doesn't. So basically,
Okay, Chad is saying it's not trivial to make a computer create something procedurally that looks organic and not artificial, so they're overlapping a ton of different functions to get that semblance of realism. I see, yeah, I see the logic behind it, actually, but since I'm nowhere close to that industry and that subject, it's very hard for me to see it visually and understand the tech behind it, and I really respect it. But I'm not sure how easy or hard it is to do. I don't know if you're into those kind of things and you know. But yeah, I see what you mean. I understand the logic.
Basically, the infinite ocean, there's effectively blocks that you explore. So you send out the ships, and then all of the to a given block using a logbook, and then anything that's there will be explored. And then that will may include islands, may not, but it definitely includes at least maps that are so when I say islands, by the way, there are islands that are one map pin, which is just one map, and then there's larger islands that have a structure to them that have different biomes and stuff on them. So there'll always be at least various maps to do when you do one of these. But yeah, it's just kind of fun to go from island to island. And we do a few things the distances between maps on the islands are relatively small, but the distances on the ocean are quite large. So you get the feeling of traveling between hopping around between island chains.
That's really cool.
Yeah. It is. Yeah, not only that, I think they said if you go deep enough in the right direction, you're going to find the original Ray class where the dragon something happened, which is an Easter egg, they said, and we're going to see more in Act 5 and 6. But there's no content there for us to visit.
Excited. So prior to me leaving GGG, one of the problems that we struggled with was lack of executive bandwidth, if you see what I mean. There was me and you and Mark. Eric had left a couple of years earlier, and there wasn't enough time to do everything. The POE mobile wasn't getting the attention it deserved internally and so on. And I solved this by making the problem way worse by leaving, but left you guys in a bad situation, obviously, with regard to, your time being further stretched. But how has it been going these days? I hear that Mark has found people to, run an internal POE1 team that he can supervise as opposed to having to work on it.
Good question.
So
we care about this.
I mean, obviously there's a lot of things of company structure, but I would say that one of the things that is a lot of this sort of company level stuff, you can honestly not worry too much about it, and most of it kind of goes away. I don't actually know that. Okay, so there are probably things that are getting left by the by the wayside here that probably mean that there's various intangible benefits that we might have otherwise gotten are kind of being left by the wayside. I'm sure some of the random deals you're doing and that kind of stuff sort of probably mattered. But honestly, I try to focus as much as I can on just the game development, and not really too much on the sort of company running stuff. And there are people who do operations and things like that. We can, that can handle things. But yeah, it's honestly not too bad. So I really try and focus on the game development as much as possible, and anything that's kind of not that, that's not directly going to be responsible for making the game better, I try to just make sure that someone else is handling that.
I understand. So in the managing director / CEO position, you have decision-making authority, your responsibility, the direction of the company, but you don't want to be doing pretend CEO job all day. You just want to make the decision and move back to the game.
For sure. So I mean, I basically have a sort of half an hour meeting every morning of here's the sort of company things that have come up. And I try to limit everything to that so that I'm not spending all day doing that kind of stuff. Because it would be really easy to just spend a bunch of time on that stuff. And it's just the questions I don't know how much value you really get out of that. I mean, there's things that are important, right? We're deciding to do things like ExileCon, and there's a lot that needs to go on there. You need to hire people to work on that, and you need to do all this sorts of stuff. But as I said, I try to really focus on the game for the most part, because that's the part I actually enjoy. And I wouldn't want
Fair
to
enough.
Basically have my job be not that part too much, because otherwise, then I'd be wanting to leave, I suppose. Yeah, being able to do the fun part is, I suppose, the thing that actually keeps someone around and wanting to keep doing it. So yeah, that's how I try to avoid the
ultimate threat. Someone brings you paperwork, and you're like, I can do this paperwork for you, but consider before you ask, because if I become unhappy, this all falls over.
Right. No. It's but yeah, that's why I just try to stick on the game. So I'm probably the part that I the two things that I kind of work on the most, in terms of the areas, is the environment side, making the new acts and areas, and also working on the new character classes. So I'm doing a lot of that sort of forward-looking work. Whereas Mark tends to be doing the things doing league league work. I mean, I still work on the design. Like, I mean, the last league that we made, the temple one, I made the like simulation for that. So I'm still like even occasionally doing some coding.
Yeah.
But a lot of the time, like, because Mark usually does things like the monster design and boss design and stuff like that. So he's like often handling the kind of like that moment to moment gameplay stuff there.
So tell me about the simulation stuff, because I remember when we did the initial Incursion League, the first temple a long time ago, that started with us like, I may have just like, made a fake memory here, but we're like cutting up bits of paper and laying out a temple on the carpet on the ground. And like, we've got a board game version, as it were, of Incursion. And then you then coded that into a simple implementation that let us simulate it for the, like, you did a really good betrayal simulator. I remember that was actually like a power horse, that thing.
Actually,
like
can't
there was
remember that one.
A separate C++
Hey, yo, Zhao, welcome in, man.
run.
Yeah, I sort of vaguely maybe remember about that, but yeah, I mean, but look, doing that kind of stuff, doing the simulators is exactly the kind of stuff that I actually quite enjoy doing. So I did the same thing for Incursion as well, where effectively what I did is I just took one of our tools and just made like a thing where you can open a screen, which is just like, here's the effectively card game version of the temple, and doing that stuff is also good because you can. There's a lot of things that you don't really appreciate whether the gameplay is going to be good until you actually tried it. So there were just a lot of decisions that I thought I knew that I wanted it to work a certain way, and then when I actually tried it in the simulator, I realized immediately that it didn't. So and there was like a lot of things where we sort of eased up on a lot of the rules and like made it easier to connect things and that sort of stuff. And I don't think I would have done that if we had not been having the simulator early. Because a lot of that stuff, like if I was to just put a league like that straight into the game, like a sort of technical league like that, I think you really would. Like you'd be in the last few days and realizing, kind of like we did with Synthesis, that we needed to change the generation for it. Like Synthesis is an example of a game of a league where we didn't make a simulator for the sort of mechanics of it, and that meant that like because it all sort of has to come together before you can really play it. You then realize that okay, we actually have to change quite a lot about this. So I mean that's the reason why you do it. And really, everyone should do this, and everyone knows this. But then at the same time, it can be tough when you're staring down like a relatively fast league turnaround, and then actually budget time towards something like that. Like it's easy to think, okay, we understand what we want this to be. We can just make this and hope that things come together. But, it definitely isn't as good when we do that.
Yeah, I remember for Delve and Prophecy, I made these gigantic Excel spreadsheets where using. I'm losing a lot of geek points here. Using Visual Basic for applications, which is what we script Excel with, it would implement the simulator kind of stuff. And every time you hit refresh, it would populate down like it had a list of world areas for a run through the game with how much sulfite you'd collect in each one, how many delves it let you do, given the number of delves on average, how much progress you'd make. And then I'll let you say things like, okay, by maps, I'm at this depth, and therefore we can have it so that the catch-up mechanic went to that depth minus 10% and so on. And yeah, as you're saying, it made it so much easier to have a separate thing to do that, because otherwise, if you're relying on the game version, it's ready, 3 days before release, and have fun balancing that.
Yeah. So you did the gameplay simulation of that thing, and then I think I did the actual generator for the map for that
Which
one.
is like the Atlas one, right?
Yeah, the Atlas one. And that actually it worked exactly like the Atlas one actually. And that one came in handy because I ended up using the same thing for the card game at ExileCon. The last one.
Yes.
So it was kind of handy that I'd written that, because it meant that I could really easily take that and turn into that, which we ended up using.
Yeah. Speaking about ExileCon card games, do not confirm what's happening at this ExileCon, because I understand it has to be a surprise for all of us. And as an attendee rather than a host, I am looking forward to being surprised. But have you had time to do planning of what's happening with that kind of content?
So I do have an idea for what I'm doing with the card game, but I haven't started writing it yet.
Oh, wow.
The card game is kind of one of those things that I sort of do in my spare time at home. So I'm not going to be sitting there at work doing that. And I haven't had
POE
much time
card game,
during the
baby.
050
Let's go.
cycle for this kind of thing.
POE2,
So
I
after
guess.
050, my plan is to go and start, as my little hobby home project, get the card game sorted out. And there's lots of other ExileCon planning going on. And we've got like broadly like we know there's things like the crafting benches and all that sort of stuff, and like the map system and stuff like like things like that we need. So there's like space planned out at ExileCon for that, but the exact mechanics of the game in terms of what the league expansion is for it is not something that other people have know about yet.
There's this second layer to the card game design, which is to do with availability of humans to run it. Because obviously the staff love engaging with the players, right? Like it's a highlight, the fact they get to go and play the card game with players, but it's tiring. And, you know, as we found out with the first one, if you stick a t-shirt on someone and hand them some cards and say, go engage with the players for 6 hours in a row, they
yeah, well, that's why last time we made it so that people have 2-hour shifts of wearing the t-shirts rather than do that. So we'll do that again. Plus, we've got more staff now, so we can actually have a similar number of monsters for you know, with half-time shifts. So that works out okay.
That's very cool. Yeah, it was. I mean, I don't want to be in that position again because it is overwhelming to be that swarmed by people in my position. But it was one of the highlights of the last XLCons is getting to talk to players who. The people who were like fighting me and you, as it were, because we had the highest t-shirts on, were people who had mastered the card game. They'd arrived with the goal of doing really well at the card game. And it helps that there were rumors that the someone was offering $2,000 for the card game prize. Like, remember those Mirror of Calandra pins? You know, anyway. So the people that came up to fight the card game against me were people that were so passionate about it, they'd made it their identity. Like there was this guy, lovely guy actually, he was at the Ultra VIP party, who had pre-arranged card game strategy to like buy the starter decks that came in the backpack off people who didn't intend to play. He had some amount he was offering them, and I don't approve of the real money trading of cards to cheat at the event, but it did mean that he was able to, like, you know, get through the first couple of levels of the card game slightly faster and get to the monsters that weren't quite as swarmed as the other ones, and it was like a league launch.
Well, I can get you a t-shirt for the next XLCon, Chris. You can at least go for some of the time. Get some
whatever you need me to do, Jonathan, just let me know. I'll be available. Yeah. When are you announcing the? I mean, obviously you'll still be working on it, but when do you plan to announce?
I was about to say, wait, that's against TOS. What do you mean? The dude, a lovely guy, by the way, Ultra VIP, he was paying off people. Hey, you, come here. Are you going to play the card game? No, here's $200. Give me that deck. Okay, good. Hey, you. Lovely guy, by the way. Oh, man.
The schedule of what's happening at XLCon.
Oh, it'll be a little bit later. I mean, we already talked about broadly what's going to be there, but in terms of the exact schedule, it's a little bit later because we need to get all of the talks and everything from all that stuff written. And yeah, that's it. Probably a little bit after 050, I would say.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I had a question about the league design stuff we were just discussing. So obviously, like, you and I know how leagues used to work when we did dozens of them for POE1. But these days, is the process of making a league for POE2 different than the way that we made it for POE1? Bearing in mind, like, how POE2 leagues get integrated into the end game? Like, are there any big differences there?
Not really, to be honest. It's pretty much the same stuff because at the end of the day, the formula that we worked out in terms of all the things you need to have in a league is still very much the case. You know, I would say the main difference is that the level of narrative complexity is higher than what we previously had in terms of like the quality of the events you need to do and that kind of thing.
You want to have like a storyline that runs through it because you've got those the progress indicators now, right?
Yes, but it's not just that. It's kind of like, you know, just the overall quality of what you're doing just needs to be high in order to match with the rest of the game. So you kind of can't really half-ass it the way that like maybe we would have, you know, like some years back. There's just quite a lot going on there, and that narrative stuff actually takes some of the largest amount of time because it requires a lot of different departments that are all moving together to create that stuff. And there's a lot of just like timing things and all sorts of stuff around that make it really hard.
Yeah,
it's probably one of the hardest things about 050 is because there's effectively the narrative content of, you know, 5 leagues in one release.
Yeah.
You know, like there's so many of those narrative events, it just takes a really long time to get all that stuff working. And as I said, just one of the hardest things for whatever reason to actually to actually make good.
Early leagues in Path of Exile 1, like Anarchy, right? You know, there's a Rogue Exile, that's the league. Or Invasion, there's an extra monster that's hard to kill. They were quite simple, obviously, and it got more complicated as time went on. You know, budgets went up, quality standards went up, and so on. Do you think there'll be a situation later where these early POE2 leagues seem really primitive and simple compared to the monstrosities you'll be producing in 5 years from now?
Well, it kind of already happened with the 010 leagues, but for a somewhat different reason, right? Because they were all made together. So I mean, I'd say what effectively, like a lot of what 050 is bringing all of those ones up to the standard.
Yeah. I think it's a really good question, but I do believe that this is already happening right now, or it happened, and we're going to see it in 0.5. I think that everything so far that we've had was a simple form of whatever it is that we're going to see now. See ya, Miniava. Good luck, man.
Got for what a POE2 league needs to be. I don't necessarily foresee them getting like too much larger, because like on some level there's a limit to what you can actually do in like a 4-month time period. So
4 months confirmed.
I think it should honestly be like relatively similar. And like, to be honest, like the POE1 has also got that sort of level of stuff going on with a lot of its leagues. Like, I mean, especially things like Settlers. So, like, there's just a little bit of that coming on, just like the overall studio, like the kind of stuff, the kind of standards that we have as a studio are just higher now than they used to be too.
I wonder if you've got this process where you come up with a league idea, you make the simulator and you try the league idea out, which is a good opportunity. If you don't like it, you can fail at the simulator stage rather than once you've made the thing. Have you considered having like dedicated designers working on multiple leagues at a simulator level where all they're doing is getting approved ideas that then get made,
and then you choose one
later? So now it's time to do League A and you implement that, but League B and C and D are being prototyped and iterated on at a simulator level in the background?
Well, I guess I got a few concerns about that. So one of them is that not every league is the kind of league that should have a simulator.
Sure.
Like Abyss is an example of a league that's just like, it's not like the mechanic isn't
that complex
there's
or that
simulation
deep.
in the sense of like, you need to work out like, what the right number of the holes is and like, how many,
Sure.
like, stuff like that, right? Like there's things like that need to be done, but it's not like a simulator in the same way that Incursion would be.
Yeah. That one could be prototyped for fun testing.
I'd really say that only every other league is the kind of league that needs to do that. And that's probably a good thing because they attract different types of player bases. And the funny thing as well, by the way, is those sort of simulator type, heavy type leagues, a lot of them are actually less popular when they get first released, and then they sort of tend to be more beloved later.
Once they're understood.
Not Temple. Nope. Not Temple. We were literally 24/7 in there, Jonathan. What do you mean?
I've noticed.
Yeah.
But what was I going to say?
You had another point about simulator leagues.
Right. But the other thing as well is that it's really actually hard to make a league before you in advance
know the theme,
because so much of what you make needs to be a response to what the community cares about right now anyway. So like you wouldn't really be able to say like I mean obviously there's things like you're going to need some uniques, right? You're going to need a pinnacle boss, you're going to need stuff like that, but like in terms of what the mechanics are and like what the game feels like it's missing, it's sort of hard to know about that in advance. So it's honestly makes.
So this is a really good point, proving how they thought about the runes of Aldor. Because if you were sitting there in the whiteboard, just peeking and listening through Mark and Jonathan talking about it, okay, dude, we need to create the 0.5 big league. What is it going to be? What are we missing? Crafting. Okay, cool. Let's do something with crafting then. And then one idea goes into another, and it becomes this rabbit hole of creating a whole league and then simulating it and whatever. So I like this approach. I really like this approach.
It's a little bit hard to really to do that stuff in advance. The other thing as well that I think that is a bugbear that I think some game companies have is that, so I mean, we put everything into our leagues. And what I mean by that is like, we don't come up with like, here's a plan for like the next like, years of content or whatever, and then like hold things back and kind of like, okay, here's when we're going to release this thing, whatever. It's like everything we come up with that's cool, we just do it immediately.
Yeah.
And like there's always more ideas that you can have, like if you can go back to the well and do it again. So I think that actually some game companies have run into problems where they like plan out this content schedule and then that's what they stick to, and then it's like they end up not really adding enough and that kind of thing.
Sponge,
like,
welcome in. Thanks for the follow.
Because like if we have an idea, we just want to do it immediately. And that does sort of lead to like a somewhat hectic schedule. But on the other hand, like you don't get this feeling of like missingness. And we actually almost made this mistake for 050. It's a little bit complicated to explain because like we kind of changed the plotline in order to not have this happen. But like we were going to have a situation where the boss that we were going to have was going to be one of like, it's like, oh, but like you haven't actually fought the true boss yet kind of thing. And it's actually a really crappy ending. And I'm like, I actually don't want to be in a state, even if interstitially, where like you haven't fought the boss that is coming in the future, like it's actually really bad. So
another large action RPG franchise that did that, I think.
Okay, I wasn't thinking of anyone in particular, but effectively, like I actually think it's really bad to leave.
Yeah, Chris, hey, chill, dude. Chris is out, bro. Chris is out. Oh shit. Shots fired, bro. Look at him.
People hanging on something like, like you get all prepared for something and then it doesn't happen is like really crappy. So as I said, we almost made that mistake in 050 and then we changed it. Like we had to change quite a lot of plotline stuff in order to make that better. Yeah, that's just, I think it's important that like you see the goal, you get to the goal. So like, don't do something where it's like, oh, here's the series of like 4 bosses and then like you're gonna fight.
Hey, yo, Lil Dragon and Sponge, welcome in, guys. Thank you very much for the follows. Lovely to have you here. Happy Saturday.
One of them in this expansion, and then you're going to find the second one in the next expansion, and that kind of stuff. Like, you actually really want to, like, if you're going to do it, then just do them all at once, or don't do them, like, or don't even talk about the others or something, like, it's okay to be like, here's one, and then, like, you don't know about the others at all, like, they're not hinted at, they're not like a thing, but then later on there's more. But, like, don't really, I think it's just a really bad idea to make players feel like, like, I have to play later, I haven't even finished the story. Obviously, we're in early access. We haven't finished the story because, the storyline's not done, which is sort of unfortunate. But at least we're not doing it wherever we don't need to.
Yeah. Your point about throwing everything into each release definitely resonates. I remember a number of years ago when we were still finding our cadence and so on, I had this pipe dream of getting a league ahead or getting half a league ahead, right? And we quickly ran into the issue that if you do that, you become out of touch with the Reddit will decide 2 weeks before a release what needs to be in that release, and if you don't have that, if you haven't been reading the tea leaves just right, beforehand, then you feel off base and out of touch. So, and then the other thing I remember you talking to me in detail about at the time was that if we have extra content, releasing it in this expansion and just making more extra content later is probably the best thing to do. I'm always valuing the today player rather than making our lives have an easier time later on.
Yeah.
I was trying to overproduce it, I think, and the reality of what we did was the way
that's a good mindset to have, man.
In each
I like
expansion,
that,
and they had more stuff as a result.
I mean, it's not like we can never produce things ahead, right? I mean, for example, like the acts that we're making, right? Obviously, a bunch of work has been done in the background to make that happen. But it's honestly not the way I like working.
Yeah, but that's a completely different subject. I think the classes and the acts, the campaign and everything, they're mandatory, quote unquote, mandatory things that will eventually get into the game. But whatever is the next league or 3 leagues from now is not a mandatory thing that's inevitable. They need to plan it in thinking. So what I think there's, like Jonathan is saying, that obviously it's not good to plan ahead things that don't necessarily need to be here now, or we're behind schedule, like the classes and the acts. But the acts and the classes, you need to plan ahead of them because you do need them in the game in 1.0 and a few other patches after that. But yeah.
And it's like part of the reason why I think I find like working in early access stressful, because you've got multiple things on the go at the same time rather than being able to just throw everything into one thing. There's a certain clarity you get just like being able to work on one thing. And so I honestly I just find these long pipelines to be quite stressful.
Yeah, I know what you mean. So I had a question. So early on, when we were discussing starting Path of Exile 2, one of our motivations for it was that we felt that because Path of Exile 1 was dozens and dozens of releases in, it was harder to get new players, right? Like jumping on a train that's been going for 10 plus years is difficult for some people. The game has a reputation for being complicated. And so Path of Exile 2 was an opportunity as an onboarding point. And so my question is about accessibility. And, I don't mean dumbing the game down or anything, but I just mean in terms of making sure that it's not, too complicated for new players. So you've got this tension where on one hand, you need to be a worthy sequel to Path of Exile. And that means for many people being more Path of Exile than Path of Exile is. But it's also a thing where if you are too, opaque and complicated for new players, obviously they'll bounce off it. How have you found trying to manage that? And do you think you've been successful at it?
Well, I think that my opinion is probably a little bit different from a lot of people, which is that I don't
Let's hear it.
I think that Path of Exile 1 being such an old game is in itself the accessibility problem that it has. What I mean by that is that this isn't to say that Path of Exile 1 isn't complicated. It is. I just don't think that the complexity is necessarily the reason why new players don't play it. I think the main reason why new players don't play it when they're not going to play it is like, well, this is a game that came out a decade ago. Like they feel like they've kind of missed the train. And so I don't think POE2 is necessarily... I mean, like, POE2 does have things that make it more accessible, but I wouldn't say that those were necessarily done because we're appealing to a different audience. It's more because we just thought that they were better designs that are just better in general for everybody who plays them. And I think the main reason why someone is going to play POE2 over POE1 is literally just because it's newer. Like, that is like a big factor for a lot of people, right? Like, there's just people who are like, okay, well, I never played POE1, I'm not going to get into it now. It's like really old. It's just the way a lot of people will see things, right? But hey,
yeah,
POE2,
but one thing goes with another, right? One thing brings the other. In a way, yes, exactly. But you cannot just say, yes, I agree. You need to say in a way, because one thing brings the other. If a game is new, it's not as complex as a 10-year-old game. So I do believe that newer players are frightened of the complexity of POE1 and would prefer POE2. So I see what he's saying, but I do believe that one thing brings the other. I don't think that the game being 10 years old is stopping people from playing because, oh, it's an old game. You know what I mean? It might some, but I don't think they're the majority. I mean, I know people that are now starting to play World of Warcraft for the first time, and it's been there for like 2 decades. And it's still complicated as shit as well, you know?
The ground floor, and they're going to play it. And that's just going to make the audience bigger just from the purpose of, just from that alone. So I'm not like I'm looking at them and I'm not looking and saying I want to appeal to a bigger audience. I'm looking at this and being like, this is a sequel that will appeal to a bigger audience who never, like, you know, because many people know about Path of Exile now, and the only reason they're not playing POE1 is just because it's old. So literally, it's like, even if we literally had appealed to exactly the same audience, I think we'd just have a bigger audience for that reason.
Yeah, but not only that, dude. I mean, they're not playing PO1 because it's old, because it's complicated, because it's zoomy, because it's screen clutter. There's a lot of other reasons that a lot of other players are not playing PO1. I'm not saying the PO1 is not good because of these reasons, but I hear daily multiple reasons why people don't like PO1, and they do choose POE2. It's definitely, 100% so.
Good answer.
But, yeah, as I said, like I don't say that to say that I don't want to make things more accessible, because I mean, it is good to make things better. It's just that I wouldn't be like I never want to be the person thinking I'm appealing to a different audience specifically, because I'm not. I'm just making the game better. And at the end of the day, the audience I'm appealing to really still is myself. You know, just whether I think things. So it's like things like the way the thing, I use this example all the time, right? Like the support gem system is just easier to deal with in POE2, but it's not like I wouldn't have done that in POE1, like if I'd have thought of the way of that working back then.
Yeah, I see.
Right?
Yeah.
Like it's just that, you know, we just didn't for whatever reason.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing how well PoE succeeded despite having this system where if you're a new player, you have this really complicated thing where if I take my boots off, I can't cast Fireball anymore. Why is that? And if I'm a high level player, if I take my armor off to put a better one on that I found, I have to spend a week getting the sockets and stuff perfect again, or however long it probably.
I don't think it takes a week, Chris. But...
I have my mind back in the pre-301 era.
Yeah.
No,
Sure.
but you have to futz with sockets quite a bit in order to have it be equivalent. And it's one of those things where every player at every stage of the game has to understand I need to be considering sockets with my items, which is, you know, something that's cleaned up really tidily in Path of Exile 2. I've been quite pleased with the progress of watching early access so far from my vantage point. I've been seeing really cool things about the game, so I wanted to say thank you for doing a great job with it. I think that what PoE2 has grown into is far bigger than we
agree.
Both games grew into far bigger than we imagined, but PoE2 is such a unique identity of itself. You know, it could have easily been PoE1 with better graphics and different sockets, but instead you've made something that feels like a very modern action RPG in a really good way.
Yep.
Thanks.
True.
Yeah, you're doing a good job. Well, thank you very much for having the chat with me today. It's been really interesting talking about this stuff, and I hope the viewers have found it fascinating as well.
Sure. Okay. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. Well, thanks for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, please like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
Oh, man. All right. That was a good chat. That was a good chat, bro. Bad game design? What do you mean, bro? What do you mean? What are you unhappy about? Because of Infinite Atlas? That's it? Come on. We can't be that brutal, bro. We can't be that brutal. You're just... now, you're just one player, bro. You're just one player. I have other opinions. I could be saying the same thing. It doesn't work that way, bro. We can't just say... Anyway, I'm not going to get started with that. It is what it is. It's okay. You don't like some things. It's fine. It's there. There is one thing. For example, they planned their plan was to make POE2 more simple for new players. They removed crafting bench and replaced it with awful runes. They replaced it with runes. Now, if the runes are awful or not, I think it's like it's a whatever it is kind of situation. They're adding more. Although I don't agree with everything they've done, I think POE2 is close to a masterpiece. Even now, it's not perfect, and it never will be, but I trust them to fix the problems they do have. Yeah, I agree with that. How is this? Yeah, no, listen, I don't want to come off as if I don't agree with anyone and I'm just supporting GG 24/7 for no reason. I do agree because it was my one point in the reveal that I said that I'm worried about. That I'm worried about the fact that they're making it too overcomplicated now at once and new players are going to be confused as shit. 160 runes, 300 nodes on the Atlas tree, so many bosses and so many quests and stuff. I understand that, right? I understand it. There's a spot in my brain that understands newer players and is worried. However, 90% of my brain does not give a shit. You know why? It doesn't affect me. I'm not a new player. Why would 100% of my brain care about what a new player is going to experience? 10% of my brain cares about it because I love the game. I like the game. I'm a content creator. I want new players to join. But by me talking about it, I'm not going to fix it. I don't work at GG. They're not going to listen to me about that. It is what it is. I'm going to do my best to explain shit to people so people can have fun. And that's that. You know what I mean? But it doesn't affect me. So what I would love to see is whenever people have opinions and they're bitching about the game or they're negative about the game, first think to yourself, does it affect you directly? If the answer is no, don't bitch about it. Move on. Find another thing that actually affects you. So for example, if for whatever reason you hate the Atlas map, the fact that it's infinite or whatever, does it affect you? Yeah. Okay. So you're not having fun with the Atlas map. We both know what's going to happen, Mysterium. You're going to log in on day one whenever the launch happens. It's not going to affect you. You're still going to log in. You're still going to play. You're going to level your one character that you always do. You're going to get it to the end game. You're going to play through whatever. And eventually you're going to get bored. You're going to go back to D4. You're going to go back to Last Epoch. You're going to go back to whatever other games you have more fun, and you're going to wait for 1.0. And that's it. That's it. It is what it is. It is what it is. But if you think about it, if GG comes and says, we are removing the Infinite Atlas and we're giving you this piece of paper that doesn't move the exact same way as POE1, guess who's going to be happy? Mysterium. Guess who's not going to be happy? A bunch of other players. Those other players are going to do the exact same thing that you will do now. They're going to bitch about it. They're going to log in day one. They're going to play about it. Either they're going to change their mind or they're going to quit and go and play other games. So at the end of the day, we're exactly in square one. So it's never going to be this. We're never going to achieve 100% happiness. There's no just two solutions, either Infinite or POE1 Atlas. Bro, I am pretty sure that if there's somebody who's going to figure out a creative way to give people what they want, it's going to be the actual game developers. If they decided that they don't want to do it, there's nothing for us to do about. Nothing's gonna change by us talking about it. If you think about it, you know what I mean? Like, I'll give you a good example. Towers. I don't know how your feeling is about the towers, but towers has been something that has been a love and hate situation between players since point one. Do you see towers being removed? I don't. They've just been reworked. Now it shakes the whole ground. It has a whole fortress appear. They're still in the game. Bro, that's their philosophy. End of story. Is what it is. towers should be reworked. Well, if they should have been reworked, or they would have been now. The rework now that they did is small, to the point that obviously people that hate the towers don't see that as a rework, and fair enough, because it's not gigantic. But now towers are slightly different than before. The point that I'm making is that if GG's set on something, they're going to keep that something. They kept the towers. That means that they're adamant that they want the towers in. Also, by the way, Line, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, exactly what Phantom said as well. It doesn't mean that this is going to be the end of development in POE2 and they're never going to change anything. I mean, POE1's whole endgame got revamped recently after 13 years. It's just, again, what I love doing, I find it more interesting, is I love trying to understand the point of view of other people. And I've always done this since I was a kid. I don't know if it's the acting in me or whatever it is, but I've always tried to see the POV of other people. And I'm trying to do the same. The easiest thing is to say no, F off, or I don't agree or whatever, and just be strict with your opinion. But I do understand the point of view, because every single person, every single player, it doesn't matter if you're a content creator, if you're a casual, if you're a super casual, if you're a min-maxer, we all have one goal, one thing in common, a goal. Either that goal is to beat the end game, or hit level 100, or hardcore SSF, or just SSF, or just play through the campaign, or whatever the case is. That's the thing that we have in common, is we have goals. Each person's goals are completely different. And based on those differences, you will expect other shit from GG from other players. Do you think that people who only care about the campaign gives a shit about endgame? They are the most disappointed players for 0.5. Every single thing that they did, apart from one change, was for the endgame. They're not happy. If we listen to those people, that means the POE2 is just going to become a lore-based campaign game. We can't. Same applies to the people that only care about new classes. They're very disappointed, and rightfully so. Cool. But it is what it is. You're just going to need to wait another 6-7 months, and then you're going to play a new class. But it was global endgame update they work on for like 7 months, and I thought that Infinite Atlas will be their main goal to fix. Why did you think that? That's your first mistake, I believe. Why did you think that their main goal is going to be the Infinite Atlas? They never said that our main problem in endgame is the Infinite Atlas. The main problem in the endgame is progression. That was the main problem, and they fixed that. The main problem is that you don't have anything to do, and they fixed that. It wasn't that you can run endless maps. It wasn't that. Like, don't run them, bro. Like, you shouldn't treat it as an Infinite Atlas. All you got to do is drag the map. That's all it is. Like, if you're going to play the game and you pick one mechanic over everything else, just focus on that mechanic. Now, you can go and search in here. There's going to be a search bar, and just search breach. That's it. Now, in your mind, you need to creatively visualize that you have a paper that has only breach. All you have to do is just click enter, so the search bar sends you there, and that's it. I mean, this is very unique, bro. I really like this. This is a unique game design to the end game. It's not just a sheet of paper or whatever in between it would have been. It's okay. Being the Atlas being completely infinite, I don't think that's the main problem of the game. So I think that's your first mistake, thinking that they're going to change the one thing that you don't like. You know what I mean? You think they're going to avoid dropping a League launch on a Christmas holiday to avoid exploits when they're off? Nah, I don't think so. I think they're going to go for the December. With that talk with Chris Wilson, I understood that they're fearing January and February for League launches. And they said it's going to be after ExileCon, we're going to get the full release 1.0. And also, they're frightened a little bit with GTA 6, which I don't know when it's coming out. I think is it late November? GTA 6 release date. When is it? 19th of November. So it's not going to be that weekend. They said they're definitely going to avoid that weekend, of course. And I think it would have been smart if they avoided the whole month of November, actually. So 19th of November is a Thursday. I don't think they're going to do it this close. So maybe 4th of December is what we're going to see 1.0. Or even 11th. It would be smarter to do it 4th so they can have more room to work before they go on holidays. Although I'm not necessarily a fan of the Infinite Atlas, says chat, I can understand why they didn't just throw it away. It's good to keep iterating. If it never feels right, then they will do something. But this is their first real edition that makes it feel more complete. I would rather them complete it than decide to throw it before they've tried to make it work. Exactly, yeah. Again, you hear me defending this, but don't think even for a second that I love the Infinite Atlas. I'm not in love with this mechanic. I don't hate it either. It is what it is. It's just what's presented to me. I'm okay with it. What I wasn't okay with it is the lack of QOL, which we're getting. Now, every quest that I have is going to be here. I don't need to track it or look for it or do this like a maniac and spend time instead of playing the game to look for shit. I didn't like that. We're getting that fixed. Oh shit, where's my node? Wait, where was that one map that oh yep, now I have a search box. Boom. End of story. All of the Atlas masters are going to be on the left side. Everything, bro, I like this. I really like what's happening here. That there's a world. I can see the world. You know what I mean? I like this concept. I wasn't in love with what we've been having because we had to constantly do this all the time. Infinite Atlas is objectively worse than the mapping system in POE1. Objectively worse than which mapping system in POE1? The previous one or the new one? Oh, you mean the pathing and everything? That you're forced to do maps that you don't want. Sure, fair enough. Yeah. I see that, Sinclair. Remove the infinite part. Why do you hate that? Why? Can you explain to me, Mysterium, why does it bother you personally that the more I scroll, the more I'm going to find? How? Are you ever going to go to that part? Why? You're going to play for a month, bro. Are you a completionist? Is that the thing? You want whatever you're doing, you're going to have like the final thing where the game says, hey, hurrah, you did it. You beat the game. Is that what we want? Is that what it is? And again, I'm just asking so we can have the conversation. I'm not against you. I'm just asking so I can understand. Because if that's what you want, there will be a semi-completionism happening with the challenges, I guess, and all the missions and everything. Yeah, it's going to be more interactive now, but you cannot change people's minds from a trailer, bro. People need to play. I think Endgame shouldn't be about more quests. It's not going to be about more quests. It's going to be about quests the first time that you click on the map. The first time you do each and every one, it's going to be a quest. That's called progress. You finish the campaign, you finish the quests of the campaign, you understand the lore, now you go to the end game. The end game, okay, what do we have? We're in this world, cool. If you go here, you're gonna see the big monsters of the breach, where they spawn from the darkness, and they shit womb gifts, and you go and give it into a tree, and there's a whole lore and plot happening, which is gonna direct you to a different area, so you can put that shit and get your whatever. You need to have a quest. You cannot just slap it in here and expect people to know where to go. You know what I mean? So quests are necessary, because quests are going to get you to different directions for you to understand. You're going to do it once and you're never going to worry about it again. But that's what's going to build progression. Quests are basically a mechanic tutorial. Exactly. So I don't think you should worry about the quests, man. You're not going to be spending a month doing quests. You're going to spend 2 days. You know, GG, they're presenting the lore, the fantasy, the whatever. Gamers, we're just going to finish this in the night, bro. Next day, I'm going to start the Subathon on the 29th whenever the league launches. The next day at the same time, I'm going to be in the endgame. I'm going to skip half of the lore, half of the fantasies, half of the shit that they did. Half of the players don't care about those things, man. But progression has to matter. Because then whenever you forget stuff, you're going to go back and check, oh shit, I did this quest. What was this? Oh yeah, that was the ritual thing. And then you're going to click it. It's going to immediately teleport you there. Okay, this is the ritual. Cool, cool, cool. Now we don't have these things. And it's a mess. Oh, there's corruption here. There's also corruption there. Then you're looking for the citadels. Where the hell are the citadels? It's infinite. This is something that Mysterium is talking about, the infinite thing, and you're being lost. It's infinite, but you don't have absolutely any point of interest that's going to help you understand where the hell you need to go next. Where do you go? That right here was the main problem of the endgame, and they absolutely fixed it. You don't question where do I go next now. That's a big deal, and I don't understand how people are not seeing that. I think almost all of this needs to be experienced. Absolutely agree. We can speculate a lot on how it will feel, but there's no way of knowing until we play it. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I'm just sharing, I think we're all sharing just our early opinions about it. I just don't see how I can, I'm trying to see it negatively. I can't. Like, the more I think about what they revealed and the more I see what we used to have, the more hype I become. What is the best input method for this game? I don't think there's a best. I think it depends on what you're comfortable with. I'm always going to be comfortable with WASD. I agree, quests necessary, but it shouldn't be a goal. I want a real leaderboard. That's my goal. It's not hard to create one, like Tower and Diablo at the moment. Two very different things, by the way. Quests are not a goal. Quests are mandatory, objective things that tell you where the lore stands, where you need to go next, and what you need to do for your first arrival onto that specific mechanic. It's not a goal. You don't get any kind of bragging rights for doing a quest that you just double click, you skip that shit, you go and do it, and you're done. It's not a goal. It's not a goal. Leaderboard is it's a completely different thing. What is the leaderboard gonna, like, what is the leaderboard? Don't we have a leaderboard here? Don't we have a ladder? Yeah, we have a ladder. There's a ladder. That's a leaderboard. What do you want the leaderboard to do? What do you want to be the best for? The first person to hit level 100 in softcore? The first person to not die in hardcore? What is it that you want the leaderboard for bragging rights? What is it that you want to beat us in? What? You will compete with 100 people. That's how many people give a shit about professionally being competitive. So pushing systems, who's going to go higher? Okay, well, one day we're going to get Delve, where it's going to be a tower system that the deeper you go, it's going to show and whatever. Maybe we're going to get a leaderboard. I don't know, does POE1 have a leaderboard, by the way? If POE1 doesn't have a leaderboard, I don't think we're getting a leaderboard in POE2. Like, for me, just so you understand my point of view, Trust does have one. Okay, there you go. It's just amount of time, bro. Yeah, just wait. I don't think early access should have a leaderboard the same way that early access shouldn't have... what would be a good example? There were a few things that I was thinking that early access shouldn't have, but I don't know. We have the level 100 races at league start. Yeah, but that's not what they want. They want to push content. They want to show that they're the highest in Delve or the highest in the tower system or whatever the case is, right? And I understand that. It's a point of accomplishment that you want to have and beat other people and whatever. Yeah, for Delve it exists. I know it does. But I don't think early access POE2, the priority is Delve. I really don't. Oh, another thing. Whenever you're pausing the game, they want you to be able to hover over everything like this here. And the buffs are going to tell you what they do while you're paused in the game, by the way, which is a good thing. I don't think that's a priority for early access. I really don't. So these kind of things are going to come after the full release. I'm 100% sure you're going to get that, bro. But as I said before, just for you to understand my point and probably the majority of people's point, we couldn't care less for leaderboards. Personally, actually, I'm going to talk about myself. I couldn't care less for leaderboards. So it's not something important to me. And I'm pretty sure there's a lot of things that are important to me that are not important to you. And that's how it goes. But they're going to come eventually, hopefully. The majority of those things are going to come. Every game doesn't need a leaderboard. A video game leaderboard means nothing, gives you nothing. You're going to put it on your resume. I really don't understand people. Maniacal, Lycan, this is why I shared my opinion, that I personally don't care. You don't care. There are some people out there that care. The same way that you might be, for example, a druid main and somebody else is a support main and you will never understand it, or a Sork main or whatever. You're never going to understand it. Just people play the games differently. I covered that point before. You're never going to understand it. The point is the following. There are two things that tie us all together. Number one, we're gamers and we're playing this game to escape reality and to have fun, right? Whether you care about leaderboards, a new class, the end game, you want to go through the campaign, the lore, whatever it is that you want to do, just do it. If the game is not good enough to your standards, stop playing the game. Go play another game. And that's it. That's that. We can play the game how we want. Exactly. Yeah. But unfortunately, it will always miss something. For example, since whenever I remember, I was a rogue and assassin main. We don't have shadow. I don't care. I know it's going to come eventually. I'm not bitching every single time that they drop a league. Oh, where's shadow? Oh, I cannot believe that there's a game without daggers and swords. And I could be that. Generational hater, right? I could do that. But there's no point. Hot take, but people shouldn't be playing games that they're not having fun. It just makes them miserable and they lash out at other people because they're miserable. Yeah, but I don't know. I can't be convinced that people are playing a game and they're not having fun, but they're still playing the game. I don't know. Leaderboards have ruined gaming and have taken the fun out of a lot of games. Yeah, but it depends on how you see it. If, for example, POE2 comes out with a leaderboard and they say that the winner gets Mage Blood, that's going to be terrible game design. That's going to get me starting to talk shit about it, 100%. Leaderboards don't have any significant meaning apart from bragging rights. The leaderboards that I know. Right? So caring about a leaderboard is a different kind of gaming experience that not a lot of people like and some people do, and it's okay, it's whatever. But if a game has a leaderboard or doesn't, you won't care, so it's not going to affect you. So don't worry about it. You guys are having fun? Bro. Nope. 3,000 hours of pure misery. Okay, so Mysterium is saying, I want Infinite Atlas to not have this structure where more you play, the more messy and laggy it becomes. Also, I think the biomes should be bigger and have purpose, maybe some target farming. So what you're saying is your problem is not with the Infinite Atlas, the fact that it's infinite, but it's A, the performance issues the deeper you go, and B, the biomes and how unpurposeful, if that's even a word, they are. Well, the first one, I have no idea if they're going to fix it. I never had an issue with performance with the Infinite Atlas. I don't know if it's a you thing. I don't know if anybody else... Messy, I agree. It is messy. I absolutely agree. Yeah, I do. I would love it to be a little bit cleaner. I don't think that's going to happen, having seen the reveal. I agree with you there, okay? The performance issues, apart from bugs where we couldn't go into a map that had like 5 nodes, if you guys remember, that were connected, I didn't like that. Obviously, the fog, I'm not a huge fan, but it's necessary because of the surprise element or whatever you want to call it. I've never had performance issues, apart from visual clutter and visual shit that, for example, this right here, forget about the blood. Do you see the shade of red? Do you know how many people cannot see that? Do you know how many people either have bad monitors, wrong settings, and are colorblind? They can't see that. These choices, I agree that they're a little bit clunky, and they could 100,000% be fixed in literally 20 seconds. I agree with that. Yeah. Citadels were very rare. All of that stuff. We said it a million times. This one right here, for example, is barely visible. You can easily miss this. But performance issues, I've never had them. Okay, your second point was make the biomes bigger and have purpose. I don't know if they're going to target the biomes specifically. I still agree that I think the biomes, there are more creative ways to approach them. And I could definitely find a few ways. I've talked about a few of those ways where you can have like a tablet that provides biomes and you choose the biomes that you want or whatever. But then the purpose of this whole world of the Infinite Atlas being here grass, here's the ocean, here are the mountains, here's the desert, whatever, is not going to have purpose at all if the biomes are chosen and they're a choice. However, with the new reveal, what I've seen is that I think the regions and the biomes as a vicinity are going to have more purpose. So I'm just waiting to see how they're going to approach that. I don't see it. Wait, really? You don't see this? Hold up. Wait, do you not see the shade of red here? More purpose, bigger, and you can expand. Yeah, and not only that, what Icy pointed out very correctly before is that if you are somebody who doesn't want to go from one point to another point to another point to another point, you could just go directly to the pinnacle boss and it's going to open the fortress and you're going to get all the points that way. So you have the choice to either map or not map. You can go for one mechanic or the other mechanic. It's good, man. It's a really good upgrade. Come on. I don't think it's a him thing. I had performance issues too. Clearing cache helped. I cleared my cache recently as well because for whatever reason I had 170 gigabyte of cache only. I just hope that the game will not lag that much. I feel like you need to have really great PC so you can run any build with decent results. I don't think I have a great PC, man. And I don't have insane performance issues. I don't know if my PC is considered good. Shader cache. Sorry. My shader cache was 170 gigabyte. I had a picture somewhere. Hey, bro, newish player using your planned COC Oracle. Think pretty much got a mid version. Think you're pretty, yeah, okay. Of the build done and enjoying it. Thanks for the guide. Hey, Manifestino. Thank you so much for the kind words, man. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. I'm happy that you enjoyed the guide. Welcome to the game, man. Has anyone played more than one character? When you reach maps, the area you have completed are no longer accessible. If the Atlas map becomes finite, it limits the ability to produce multiple builds. True, but again, the issue comes from a person that is refusing to play the campaign a second time ever. So I think it all adds up. It all makes sense. Again, going back to the main point, it all makes sense on what you are planning to do in the game. If you're going to go with one character, you don't give a shit about another build, another character, another whatever. You're just going to do everything with one. Obviously, you're not going to care about the end game skips. You're not going to care about whatever, right? Question from a new player. Does mapping give the endgame weapons? Yeah, endgame weapons are not restricted behind a specific boss. Not all of them. There are a few pieces here and there. But yes, endgame, you can get everything from endgame, for sure. But it depends on how high of a level you're going to go in the endgame. So endgame scales for newer players. Endgame scales with what we call the way stones. These maps right here, right? So you start with a tier 1 that's easier, and the more modifiers you have, the modifiers are the bad things that are happening in the map. The more you have, the tougher it becomes because it empowers the monsters, right? So tier 1 is the easiest out of all of the endgame maps. More modifiers you put, the harder it becomes. Tier 2 is harder. Tier 3 is harder, etc. And you go all the way. The higher you go, the more difficult it becomes. The more difficult it becomes, the more XP you get, the more drops you get, etc., etc. I just limited mine to 100 gigabytes to clear it out. Yeah, that's a good call, man. Maybe I have a decent PC. Maybe, Rini. Maybe. I'm not saying that you don't have a bad PC if you think that you have a bad PC, but it's definitely known that they do need to fix performance, and I think they know that as well. And yeah, I've seen Asmongold's PC that he has like 5090 or some shit like that lag sometimes. So it's not necessarily the PC or the console that you use. So Mysterium, you're saying, for example, I had an idea for 10 minutes of thinking that we don't have an atlas. So we finish a campaign, speak with Doriani, and he gives us a new item called Atlas Map. This item has different properties like size, biomes, goals. You take this item, put it into a map device, and it generates you random atlas based on these properties. Isn't that very close to what POE1 used to be, which they decided to completely rebuke that whole idea and revamp the system of the atlas by giving you a page where you're going to see where you're going? Isn't that something similar to that? I mean, instead of getting, like, so you're saying having just maps, basically. You take the map to the map device. The map device opens up a little box. You put it in, you click start, and it opens a portal, so you just go in. You don't have all of this. They did fix performance issues. Yeah, they fixed FPS. What's my favorite class? Monk. I think so. Yeah, it's my most played, I think. But in point 4, I think Druid was my most played. But overall in POE2, Monk has been the most played. Yeah, Fearless stated it a little bit better than me. Higher waystones, higher monster level, higher level loot, better stats possible. Yeah. And more chaotic, yeah. You think your Lone Wolf is going to work in 0.5, or you think it's too early to tell? Definitely my favorite build this league. I think it needs more love. I would say probably yes, but I'm gonna wait until the patch notes to confirm that answer. Lycan, it's a good build. It was a little bit tough for league start. I think with some extra love, it's gonna be just fine. How to get more mods in the Waystone. Hamlin, And anybody who's new, it's been a while since I've done like an educational thing. Let me show you. Look at this. It's a very simple answer, but I prefer working and explaining with examples instead of just telling you, hey, you slap exalted orbs on it and you're done. So here you go. You have a white base and you need some currency. You see? You have this. Let me just give you a second example as well here. So there are two ways that you can go from white to the other colors, right? So magic is the next one. Magic is at least one modifier. And we get one modifier like that, or two modifiers in this case. Then we can add another one. There you go. And then we go for a regal. And that becomes a rare. Once it's a rare, you can just slap exalted. And it becomes more. So same example on the second waystone. But this time, instead of using like 3 different currencies, I'm going to use Orb of Alchemy. And it's immediately going to jump to rare. And from there, again, we grab the exalted and we keep adding them. And there's more ways that you can juice this, but I don't want to confuse you. But these are the initial ways. I also hate tablets in POE2. Now add a Val Orb. Yeah, you can corrupt them as well. There you go. You can craft on them. Yeah, of course. You can. I also hate tablets in POE2. Again, hate for me is a little bit of a harsh word. I don't think I hate them. Yeah, I don't know if I hate them. You need to kill Arbiter before you can alchemy waystones? No, you need to kill Arbiter before you can alchemy tablets, not waystones. Yeah, it's a good idea, man. It is. You should apply that idea. You should send them an email. Dear GGG, I am not happy with your development. I have an idea that you need to take seriously. Apply. Give that idea, bro. Seriously, though. I'm not kidding. It's a good idea. Go full Mike Parry on them. What do you think the rings you put on the breach hand does? Good question, man. Good question. Let me remember. I'm gonna watch these another time because we don't have time now. But let me pull up the video. Where and what did I have here? Trailer reveal. This is a reveal. Where was Breach? Where was the whole Genesis tree? Here.
Left and right are branches that will enable or extra elemental damage for spells, or more niche options like this mod that increases the defeat them. If you want to get the version, there is still more to do. You will need to find a breach stone, destroy the sky hives, the existing breach pinnacle boss, which you can access the questline for breach. You will also be gaining points for the breach atlas tree, and there are a lot of cool new options here. This
Wait, 30 points? Holy shit. Going from 8 points to 30 points
node
per
will cause
mechanic?
breach hives to spawn. And this one will give Aelith addition, which causes all hiveborn in the next wave to be. There are also nodes that allow you to control your reward. There's also some nodes that affect the Genesis tree, like this one, which will cause Zesh to drop his head, which when returned to the Genesis tree will grow a grasswing orchid on the side of it. You'll have to experiment to find out what this thing is good for. Putting rings on its fingers seems to make it happy.
60 finger rings, bro. Holy moly. So you need to fight Zesht, kill Zesht, grab his head, give it back. It's gonna spawn some shit. Yeah, Mysterium, yeah. 300 nodes, man. Crazy. Which is what I'm worried about new players.
Tree will grow a grasswing.
There, killing Vroon will allow you... Oh, Vroon, okay. Will allow you to return his head to the Genesis tree to unlock the grasping orchid.
On the side of it. His head, which when returned to the Genesis tree will grow a grasswing orchid on the side of it. You'll have to experiment to find out what this thing is good for. Putting rings on its fingers seems to make it happy. So that's a run. Rings on its fingers seems to make it happy.
60. Damn. Yeah, I have no idea. What do you think the rings you put on the breach hand does? It has to be something with a Genesis tree, right? Like giving you a shit ton of hive blood or womb gifts or something like that, maybe. It's not, yeah, no, Filter Blade is a website where you get filters from content creators, other people, or create your own. And then you connect your account, your POE2 account, and it's absolutely safe. We're all using it. And then you export into the game, and it automatically goes into the game. So whenever you go back to the game, you're going to have that filter. Or maybe different item. 60 rings? Yeah, crazy to think what this is going to bring.
So that's a rundown of what you can expect from the new Breach questline. There's a new stabilization mechanic for breaches.
Grasping male. Wait, why is this contender to being the reward? Oh, I see. 60, any combination of the following rings. But it doesn't have the amount 60 breach ring recipe. Yeah, I see. Okay, I see. So in POE1, you vendor 60 breach rings and you get this shit. And why is this good in POE1? The base is good or what? Even if you're doing mapping. Yeah, Hamlin, yeah. Whenever you add a map in the game, a waypoint, a waystone, sorry, like the ones that we created, right? So I don't know if I'm the best example here because I don't think you're going to see the portals. But whenever you put a waystone into the map device, it's going to open the map for you to go and run it with the modifiers that you have. And the more modifiers you have, the less portals you have. Every time you put a map in, it's going to spawn portals. Those are the portals that allow you to rejoin the map. So if you die, you lose a portal. The more modifiers you have, as I mentioned before, the less portals you have. So if you just add a full waystone, you have one portal, which means that if you die, you lose that map. But in the beginning, for you, you're not going to be running full-on mods. You're going to run less. You can have more opportunity. In case you die, you go again. But what Walco is saying, that if you have a full inventory, you can exit the map, come back, stash everything, go back. You don't lose a portal. The portal, you lose it only if you die. Yeah. It has armor, EV, and ES, and some interesting mod uniques to this base. Cool. Let's see. Hopefully they create something new for POE2 that's going to make sense for POE2. Yeah, hopefully. Anyway, chat. I am done for today, man. It was an awesome stream on a Saturday. We rarely have Saturday streams. We're going to have more Saturday and Sunday streams whenever the league launch happens. So we're going to do all of the weekends back to back after the league launch for a good month and a half, maybe, for sure. So we're going to have 7 out of 7. For anybody who's new to the stream, I just want to make sure that you guys know we have a giveaway that if you haven't entered, make sure that you go and enter. We currently have how many people on the giveaway? And I actually changed to a brand new thumbnail. Look at this. This is actually for the actual new supporter packs that they announced. We have 325 people are participating. So make sure that you guys enter if you haven't entered for the giveaway. I'm going to be giving away multiple of the tier 3 supporter packs, the new ones for 0.5. Both of these, I don't remember their names now, but I have their names somewhere here. The Blood Reaver and the Knight of Divinity is the names. How do we enter? You come here, you click participate, and you're done. And the only requirement is that you need to be here on stream whenever the winners are going to be announced. Otherwise, I'm going to need to re-roll a winner. The giveaway, all the information, you're going to find it here. The giveaway starts whenever my Subathon starts. The Subathon starts whenever the league drops. That's basically it. That's it. Easy peasy. You don't need to follow. You don't need to do a bunch of repostings and follow this and do that. Nothing. And it's not monetized as well because that's against TOS, of course. So you don't need to sub. You don't need to do anything. You just need to be present whenever the winners are going to be announced. And the giveaway starts on the 29th of May. But if it ends, you're not going to be able to enter. So make sure that you enter from now. Anyway, I just wanted you guys to know that. And thank you very much for being here. Saturday stream, I don't usually stream on Saturday and Sunday. But since I missed yesterday's stream, so I can do the TLDR videos that I posted on YouTube for the reveal and the massive Q&A, I wanted to focus on the videos, so I wanted to compensate today. But anyway, thank you all very much for this Saturday stream. I really hope that you guys have an amazing, amazing weekend ahead of you, and I'm going to see you guys on Monday at the same time. Thank you very much, and we'll chat soon, guys. Bye-bye. Have a good one. Much appreciated. Much love. I have no idea what we're going to do for the next 2 weeks before the patch notes starts. If you guys have any ideas, shoot them my way on Discord. Other games, whatever. Anyway,